Hey guys, tonight I am going to tell you the story of how the Olympic Games began. We will go back to ancient Greece, to a quiet valley filled with temples and olive trees, where athletes ran barefoot on sun-baked earth, and crowds gathered under the heat of a summer sky to cheer for glory and for the favor of the gods. If you enjoy falling asleep to these calm stories, you can like and subscribe. It is the simplest way to support the channel, and it helps more sleepy listeners find us. If you feel like sharing, you can always tell us in the comments what you enjoy most about the Olympics. Maybe it is a favorite sport, a memory of watching an opening ceremony, or just the feeling of seeing so many countries in one place. Make yourself comfortable, let your shoulders relax, close your eyes if you want to, and let us begin. Long before anyone spoke about Olympic records or opening ceremonies, people in Greece were already watching young men test their strength and courage in front of a crowd. There were no marble stadiums dedicated to Zeus yet, no carefully kept lists of champions and their victories. There were only scattered communities along the rocky coasts and islands of the Aegean, people who farmed poor soil, sailed a restless sea, told stories by firelight, and believed that the gods watched everything they did. In that world, the body was not separate from belief or status. To be swift, strong, and disciplined could decide your place in battle, your role in your city, and even how the gods looked at you. Sport did not arrive as a new idea with the Olympics. It was already growing in the soil of Greek life. The festival at Olympia would one day gather these threads into a single event, but the threads were there first. If you start on the island of Crete, in the time of the Minoans, you can already see hints of what is coming. The ruins of their palaces hold bright paintings that have survived 3,000 years, and some of them show something that looks unsettling and beautiful at the same time. In these images, a huge bull charges forward, muscles tense, horns lowered. A slim human figure grips the horns and seems to vault into the air, turning a dangerous moment into a controlled acrobatic leap. Another person waits behind the bull with arms out, ready to catch the leaper as they land. Men and women take part in these scenes. Their hair is carefully styled, their clothing decorated, their bodies slim and trained. We do not know exactly how the event worked or how often it happened, but it is clear that this was not just play. It was a performance in front of others, a ritual of bravery where a single mistake could cost you your life. When people gathered to watch bull leaping, they were not only looking for a thrill, they were also seeing a kind of promise. The youth who could face a charging bull and stay upright was not just entertaining the crowd. That person was showing that they had the blessing of the gods, or at least the nerve and skill to match the wild world around them. It is easy to imagine the hush before the run, the sudden intake of breath as the bull lunged forward, the shout when the leap succeeded. In that shared reaction, the basic idea of sport is already there. The performance of a trained body becomes something communal, something worth traveling to see. If you leave Crete and move to the mainland, to the great stone cities of the Mycenaeans, the picture changes, but the love of contest remains. This is the world that later Greeks remembered through the stories of the Trojan War. Massive walls surround the palaces of kings like Agamemnon. Armies march, chariots roll, and power often belongs to whoever can fight hardest and longest. In that world, training for war and training for games are close relatives. Boys grow up running over rough hills, wrestling with each other, learning to throw spears and stones. By the time they are men, the idea of proving themselves in public contests feels natural. We catch our clearest glimpse of this in the epic poems that were later written down. When Homer tells the story of Achilles and his friend Patroclus, he pauses the war itself to describe a full program of funeral games held in Patroclus' honor. For a while, the clash of armies fades, and we are in a different kind of arena. Achilles sets up prizes, marks out a track, and calls the leaders of the Greek army to compete. There is a chariot race with tight turns and arguments about who has the right of way. There are foot races where dust flies and men strain for the finish line. Wrestling matches turn into long embraces of sweat and strength as each man tries to throw the other to the ground. There is spear throwing, discus throwing, and boxing that leaves faces bruised and bloodied. The mood of these games is complicated. Everyone is grieving, yet they also want to win. The men argue about fouls and unfair moves. They taunt each other, boast, and bargain over prizes. Achilles himself feels torn between the sorrow of loss and the satisfaction of seeing his companions show their skills. Here, sport is not a light diversion. It is a way of honoring the dead and of restoring some sense of order among the living. The gods watch, the heroes compete, and the army gathers as spectators. The scene could almost be mistaken for the early days of a formal festival. There are judges, there are rules, there are rewards, and there is a sense that these contests matter beyond the moment. From these stories, we learn something important. For early Greeks, contests of strength or speed were tightly linked with religion and status. They belonged at funerals, at important feasts, and at moments when the community needed to come together. Winning showed not only that you were skilled, but also that fate, or the gods, or whatever unseen forces ruled the world, looked kindly on you. A gift of a bronze tripod or a prize slave was an expression of that belief. It was not so different from a laurel wreath in later times, except that the world around it was harsher and less organized. As the centuries pass and the Mycenaean world falls, Greece enters a long, quieter period. The palaces crumble, writing disappears for a time, and much of what happens is hidden from us. When history begins to come into focus again, around the 8th century before the Common Era, we see a different landscape. The great warrior kingdoms have been replaced by smaller city-states, each with its own laws, rivalries, and sense of pride. These communities, from Sparta and Athens to tiny towns most people have never heard of, share a language and a set of stories about the gods. They also share a new way of educating their youth. In many Greek cities, especially in places like Sparta, and later in more moderate form in Athens, boys grew up with a mix of physical and intellectual training. They learned to read and recite poetry. They studied music, philosophy, and the foundations of public life. At the same time, they were expected to train their bodies as carefully as their minds. Gymnasiums and wrestling schools became regular features of Greek urban life. The very word gymnasium comes from the Greek word for being naked, because men trained without clothing. This was not meant to be salacious. It was a sign of openness and equality. In the exercise ground, muscles, scars, and effort were on full display. Imagine one of these places on a typical morning. The sun has just climbed over the hills. The air is still cool, the ground still damp with dew. A group of young men jog around the perimeter, their feet kicking up dust. Others practice wrestling holds, gripping each other and trying to throw one another off balance. A trainer calls out advice in a calm but firm voice. A few older men stand to the side, leaning on walking sticks, watching the younger generation and commenting on their form. For them, these exercises are not simply about health. They are about shaping citizens who can fight in war, speak calmly in the assembly, and carry themselves with dignity in public. In this world, small-scale competitions are constant. A boy wants to outrun his friend. A man wants to prove he is still fast enough to race the younger men. Local festivals in each city include foot races or wrestling matches as part of the entertainment. Victors might receive a small crown of leaves, a tripod, or a simple public acknowledgement. That may not sound like much, but in a tightly woven community, public praise matters. A name announced in front of neighbors is a real reward. It means that when people tell stories about that festival years later, they will mention who won the race, who threw the discus farther than anyone expected, who surprised everyone in a match. At the same time, Greek religion becomes more organized. Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries grow in importance. These are sacred places that belong not to a single city, but to all Greeks, at least in name. Delphi, sacred to Apollo, slowly becomes a center for prophecy and music. Nemea and Isthmia host games that attract people from more than one city, though in these early days, they are still modest affairs. The idea that there might be festivals where people from many communities gather to honor a god and to compete in front of that god is now firmly in place. The ground has been prepared for something larger. It is important to remember that for most Greeks, daily life is not about heroic duels or grand festivals. It is about farming, trading, raising families, and arguing about politics. But it is also full of smaller habits that look toward the same value that the Olympics will come to represent. Parents tell their children that it is better to be brave than to be safe, better to meet a challenge than to avoid it. Boys and young men test themselves in races along dusty roads and in makeshift wrestling circles wherever there is a patch of level ground. Local religious holidays always seem to include some sort of friendly contest, even if it is just a short race from a village shrine to a nearby hill and back again. In these small spaces, the Greek idea of excellence takes shape. The word they use is aret, and it does not mean only physical strength. It means doing whatever you do as well as a human can reasonably do it. You can have arete in fighting, in speaking in public, in embroidery, or in poetry. But there is something especially clear about seeing arete in running and wrestling. When two men race, there is a simple answer to the question of who has more of it on that day. The one who crosses the line first. When two men wrestle, the winner is the one still standing. That clarity appeals to people in a society where politics and family disputes rarely have such clean outcomes. So before the first recorded Olympic Games, We have a world where public contests are already part of worship, grief, and civic life. We have stories of funeral games for heroes, images of acrobats leaping over bulls, and busy gymnasiums where boys and men train their bodies under the watchful eye of older citizens. We have local festivals where the best runner in town earns a simple crown and a memory that will last at least until the next harvest. We have shared religious sites where Greeks from different cities begin to gather in the same sacred spaces. What we do not have yet is Olympia as the main stage. There is a quiet valley in the region of Elis where local people honor Zeus at a shrine among the trees. But the festival that will one day draw all Greece has not yet taken its famous form. There is no fixed 4-year rhythm of great competitions. There is no official list of victors kept for future generations. There is simply the feeling, already strong, that running, wrestling, and racing in front of the gods and the community is one of the most serious and joyful things a person can do. From here, it is not a big leap to imagine some local leader or group of priests deciding that their festival should be bigger. Perhaps they formalize the track. Perhaps they set rules on who can compete. Perhaps they decide that only Greeks can enter, and that they will hold the event on a regular schedule every 4th year. At some point in the 8th century before the Common Era, that is what happens in Olympia. A festival that had been one of many takes on a special role. From that moment, people will start counting time in 4-year blocks, from one set of games to the next. They will send their best athletes to compete there and come home proud if they win. By the time the Olympic Games became famous across Greece, people already knew that no human story feels complete without an older story behind it. Ordinary facts were not enough. A simple explanation such as, "We hold these races every 4 years because the elders once agreed it was a good idea," did not satisfy a culture that filled its nights with tales of gods, heroes, and strange events from the far past. So the Greeks did what they almost always did when they looked at an important custom. They wrapped it in myth. They built a set of stories that said the games were not just an arrangement between cities, but a gift that came from the time of Zeus and from heroes whose names were already old when the first historian picked up a stylus. If you walk in your imagination into the sacred grove at Olympia in the time of classical Greece, you do not enter a bare sports facility. You enter a place that feels heavy with stories. The air is thick with the smell of animals, of incense, of dust and sweat. Somewhere nearby, someone is telling a group of visitors how this place first became holy. They stand near a low mound of earth that is said to be the tomb of Pelops. They point to an altar that belongs to an older god. They gesture toward the slopes that ring the valley and say that once, long ago, giants and gods clashed here. The stories do not always agree with one another. In fact, some of them contradict each other openly. But that is not a problem for the people who hear them. For a Greek listener, several truths can live side by side. A god can establish the games in one story, a hero in another, and a half-divine strongman in a third. What matters is not strict consistency, but the feeling that this festival reaches back into a deep and sacred past. One popular story begins at the very top of the divine family tree, with Zeus himself. According to this version, the true origin of the games is nothing less than a war in heaven. Zeus has overthrown his father, Cronus, who once ruled over the Titans and the universe. The struggle is long and violent. The younger god does not simply walk in and take a throne. He must gather allies, withstand attacks, and prove that he is strong enough to bear the weight of ruling both gods and mortals. When the battle is finally over and Cronus is defeated, the world is no longer a place ruled by dark, heavy forces. It belongs to Zeus, who brings order and a more stable sense of justice. The story says that, to mark this victory, Zeus comes to the valley of Olympia. There, in a place that will become his favorite sanctuary, he arranges a series of contests. The competitors in these first games are not men from Sparta or Athens. They are gods themselves. Apollo, swift and graceful, runs against Hermes and wins. In another telling, he faces Ares in boxing and defeats the god of war. Poseidon might take part in a horse race. Hephaestus might struggle in some contest that suits his strength, and so on. The details change from one storyteller to another, but the picture is clear enough. Before humans ever lined up to run barefoot on the long track, the gods themselves set the pattern. The Olympic Games are, in that sense, a copy of a divine festival. When men run, wrestle, or race in chariots, they are repeating what their gods once did to celebrate the victory of order over chaos. This myth gives the games a cosmic importance. It says that a foot race is not just a foot race. It is a small echo of that first moment when the universe settled into the rule of Zeus. For people who traveled to Olympia and listened to a priest or guide tell this story, the effect would be powerful. You are not just camping on a hillside in the heat. You are standing in the valley where Zeus once watched his fellow gods compete. The temple that now holds his great statue is a later work, but the ground under your feet feels older than any building. Another story shifts the focus from the sky to the earth, and from gods to a hero, who in Greek eyes sits somewhere between mortal and divine. This is the story of Pelops, whose name is stamped on the very map of Greece. The southern part of the country is called the Peloponnese, the island, or rather peninsula, of Pelops, even though it is not really an island at all. That name alone tells you how central he was to the imagination of people who lived in and around Olympia. If Zeus gives the games their place in the story of the universe, Pelops gives them a place in the story of this particular landscape. According to the legend, Pelops did not start his life in Greece. He came from across the sea, from a wealthy land in Asia Minor. In most versions, he is the son of Tantalus, a figure who is famous mostly for how badly he offended the gods. Tantalus stole divine food and shared it with mortals, or, in another telling, tried to test the gods by serving them a meal that included the flesh of his own son. As punishment, he is tormented in the underworld, always near water he cannot drink and fruit he cannot reach. Pelops the son is restored to life by the gods and later leaves his troubled family behind. He travels west to seek his fortune in Greece. He arrives in a region ruled by a king named Oenomaus, who has a beautiful daughter called Hippodamia. Many young men want to marry her. The problem is that her father is not ready to give her up. Instead of saying no in a direct way, he sets a condition that might as well be a death sentence. Any man who wants to marry Hippodamia must race Oenomaus in a chariot. They will start at the city and race all the way to the shrine of Poseidon at the distant sea. If the suitor wins, he gets the bride. If he loses, Oikonomaios kills him. Before Pelops arrives, the story says, many unfortunate lovers have tried and failed. Their heads, in some versions, are mounted over the door of the king as a warning. Pelops understands that he cannot simply rely on his own driving skills. He needs help. Some versions of the story say that Hippodamia herself falls in love with him and agrees to assist him. Others say that Pelops prays to Poseidon, who once loved him, and receives a chariot with horses that can run as fast as the wind. In one of the most famous versions, Pelops bribes or convinces the king's charioteer, a man named Myrtilus, to sabotage Oikonomaios' vehicle. Myrtilus removes a key piece from the chariot, replacing metal pins with ones made of wax. During the race, as the wheels turn and the heat from the axles rises, the wax softens. At a critical moment, the wheels fly off, the chariot crashes, and Oikonomaios is thrown to his death. Pelops wins the race and the hand of Hippodamia. The story turns darker here, as many Greek stories do. Pelops might have promised Myrtilus a reward or a share of the kingdom. When the time comes, he throws Myrtilus into the sea instead. The dying charioteer curses Pelops and his descendants, laying a shadow over the family that will echo in later tragedies. But for the people of Olympia, the important part of the story is what Pelops does next. He is now the ruler of the region. To honor the dead king, and perhaps to ask forgiveness from the gods for the trick that killed him, Pelops organizes a great set of funeral games. They take place in the valley that will become Olympia. These funeral races, held in memory of Oikonomaios and in thanksgiving to the gods, are remembered as the first edition of what later ages will call the Olympic Games. You can still feel the presence of this myth in the way the site was laid out. In the sacred precinct at Olympia, there was a low mound called the Pelopion, said to be the tomb or shrine of Pelops. Sacrifices were made there before the games. The hero was treated almost as a local god, a powerful spirit whose favor could make the festival successful. When athletes arrived to compete, they did not only pray to Zeus, they also honored Pelops. They poured libations and offered black rams at his mound. In the minds of those who believed the story, every chariot race on the dusty track was a faint echo of that first, incredible contest between Pelops and Oikonomaios. A third major story pulls in another figure who was a favorite across the Greek world, the strongman Heracles. To modern ears, he is often simply a comic book hero or a figure from children's stories, but for the Greeks, he was much more complicated. He was the son of Zeus and a human woman, a man who suffered deeply and worked terribly hard to win a place in the company of the gods. His famous 12 labors sent him all over the map of the Greek world. One of those tasks ties him directly to the region around Olympia. In that labor, Heracles is told to clean the stables of King Augeas of Elis. The job sounds simple at first, but the king has huge herds of cattle, and the stables have not been cleaned for years. The grime and smell are unimaginable. It is a task designed to humiliate any ordinary worker and to delay the hero endlessly. Heracles, however, approaches the problem in a different way. Instead of shoveling, he changes the land itself. He diverts the course of 2 nearby rivers so that they rush through the filthy stables, washing them clean in a single massive flood. When he returns to Augeas to collect his promised reward, the king refuses to pay and even denies the agreement. In some versions of the tale, this leads to a war. Heracles later returns with an army, defeats Augeas, and kills him. The spoils of this small war need to be dedicated somewhere, and Heracles chooses Olympia. He takes a portion of what he has won and offers it to Zeus. He marks out an area for a sanctuary, builds altars, and establishes a festival with athletic contests in honor of his father. In this way, Heracles becomes the founder of the Olympic Games. The details vary in different accounts. Some writers say that Heracles measured the length of the stadion, the main foot race, by running it himself at full speed, then marking that distance as the official length of the track. Others say that he planted the first wild olive tree at Olympia, and that later generations used branches from its descendants to make crowns for the victors. People pointed to groves of trees and said Heracles had planted them. They pointed to old, roughly constructed altars and said he had piled the first stones. To walk through Olympia with this story in mind was to feel the impress of his hands everywhere. There was even another Heracles in some traditions, not the famous son of Zeus, but an older, more shadowy figure. This other Heracles was said to belong to a group of tiny mythical beings called the Idaean Dactyls, who were associated with Mount Ida in Crete. These beings were sometimes credited with discovering metalworking and other early skills. In one strand of myth, they were the ones who first organized a race at Olympia with one of their number, also called Heracles, as the winner. He then declared that the race should be held regularly in honor of Zeus. Here, the games are not the work of a single god or hero, but of a group of ancient spirits tied to both Crete and the Peloponnese. This version allowed communities that traced their pride back to Crete to claim a stake in the origin of the games. All these stories, and others like them, circulated at the same time. Olympia was full of guides and priests, who made a living partly by telling them. A visitor from a distant city might hear the Zeus story at one altar, the Pelops tale at the hero mound, and the Heracles version at another shrine, all in the same week. A more curious visitor might ask which one was true. A local might shrug and say that they all were, in their own way. For a Greek listener, myth was not meant to be a simple historical report. It was a poetic way of saying what this place meant. Zeus made Olympia important in the story of the cosmos. Pelops made it a royal center for the region. Heracles connected it to the long chain of his labors and to the value of hard work and resilience. These stories also sent a quiet message about what kind of virtues the games were meant to show. Zeus, as the victor over Cronus, brought order and justice. Pelops, as the clever racer, showed courage, cleverness, and also the danger of dishonor when he betrayed Myrtilus. Heracles reminded everyone that great strength without humility and respect leads to trouble, but also that perseverance and effort can raise a man to the level of the gods. When young men arrived to compete in the stadium or in wrestling, they did so with these figures in the backs of their minds. They were not expected to live up to Heracles or to rival Apollo, but they were expected to show at least a trace of the same courage and fairness. From a practical point of view, these myths helped bind the festival to the land and to the gods. In a Greece full of local shrines and local contests, a place needed a special story to stand out. Olympia could not compete with Delphi as a place of prophecy, where Apollo spoke through a priestess. It could not match some cities in terms of wealth or political power. What it could claim was a direct connection between its games and the oldest stories of the Greek world. That claim made it easier for distant city-states to send athletes and offerings. You were not just going to any old match. You were going to the valley where Zeus had celebrated, where Pelops had raced, where Heracles had toiled. If we step back for a moment, we can see how the myths and the real festival worked together. The actual games probably grew step by step out of local contests and sacrifices, like many other Greek festivals. Someone set a regular date, someone wrote down a list of victors, someone decided that these races would be restricted to free-born Greek men and that they would be held every 4 years. That is the practical side. The myths then wrapped that practical arrangement in a story that made it feel ancient and inevitable. A runner in the 8th century, before the Common Era, might never ask himself who first thought of the Olympics. He would simply know that men had always run at Olympia in honor of Zeus, because that is how the stories were told. At some point, local scribes begin keeping a careful list of who wins the main race. Later, historians will look back at those lists and decide that one year in particular, the year we now call 776 before the Common Era, deserves to be called the first official Olympic Games. There is a real man attached to that date, a cook from the city of Elis, whose name survives even now. The story of how the games crossed the line from legend into recorded history is where we are going next. There is a moment in the story when the fog of legend begins to thin and we can finally see a date, a real name, and a race that actually happened. Up to this point, the games belonged to Zeus, to Pelops, to Heracles, and to the long memory of storytellers. Then, suddenly, we have something much more precise. We have a year that later historians will treat almost the way some people treat the year of a great revolution or a famous coronation. 776 before the Common Era. For the Greeks who wrote about the Olympics, that year is the anchor. It is the first Olympics that they are willing to call official, the one they use when they start counting time in 4-year blocks. It is not the beginning of everything, but it is the start of the part of the story that feels solid under our feet. If you could visit Olympia on the morning of that first recorded games, you would not see the polished stone stadiums of modern sport. You would find a green valley between low hills in the region of Elis in western Greece. The air would be heavy with summer heat. The Alpheus River would move slowly nearby, broad and brown, carrying dust and bits of leaves towards the sea. The sanctuary itself would look more like a sacred grove than a sports complex. There would be scattered altars, some older and roughly built, others newer, with fresh white plaster. A few temples might stand there already, simple compared with what later generations would build. Everywhere you stepped, you would see evidence that this was first of all a place for the gods. Animals tied near altars, smoke rising from morning offerings, small statues and dedications left by people who had already come to this place to ask for help or to give thanks. The people who controlled this sanctuary were the Eleans, the community whose land surrounded Olympia. They believed they were the rightful guardians of Zeus' sacred valley. Local priests and officials handled the sacrifices and rituals. They also began to see that the athletic contests held here during the festival could be something more than a side act to the religious ceremonies. As we saw before, Greeks everywhere were accustomed to local games. The idea of running or wrestling in front of a god was not new. What was new in Olympia was the decision to give this festival a regular rhythm and to keep an official memory of who had won. That decision turned a local set of races into something with a much longer reach. We do not have a detailed report written on the spot from the year 776. What we have comes from a later writer from the same region, a man named Hippias of Elis, who lived many centuries afterward, probably in the 5th century before the Common Era. Hippias was part historian, part collector of facts, part local patriot. He looked through old records, temple lists, and bits of oral tradition, and he put together a list of Olympic victors stretching back as far as he could. That list did not survive in its original form, but later authors like the scholar Pausanias and the historian Eusebius used it and referred to it. When they talk about the very first winner of the very first recorded games, that is where their confidence comes from. The name that appears at the head of that list is not a king or a legendary hero. It is not Zeus, Pelops, or Heracles. It is a man called Coroibos of Elis. In some versions, his trade is recorded as a cook, which already gives the story a human touch. You can imagine him not as a distant marble statue, but as a real person, someone who spent part of his life in a smoky kitchen, roasting meat and preparing meals, and another part training his legs on rough tracks in the countryside. In the year that Hippias and others treat as the first true Olympiad, Coroibos wins the only athletic event on the program. A short foot race that the Greeks simply call the stadion, named after the length of the track. The stadion is a simple race. No curves, no complicated rules about laps, no team strategies. It takes place on a straight strip of packed earth that stretches from one stone line to another. The distance is roughly 180 to 200 meters, about as far as a modern runner might go in a very quick sprint. At one end, the runners line up side by side behind a starting line made of stone blocks set into the ground. At the far end, another stone marks the finish. There are no starting blocks, no signal pistols, no numbered lanes. There is only a group of men, stripped completely naked, as Greek athletes usually were, toes pressed against the line, arms loose at their sides, eyes fixed on the point where they must arrive. Some official, probably a local judge from Elis, gives the signal to begin. Later writers say that false starts were punished, which suggests that even in those early years there was a concern for fairness and order. At the signal, the runners burst forward. The whole thing is over in less than half a minute. Dust rises behind them. Muscles strain and faces twist in effort. Spectators, who might number only in the hundreds at this early stage, shout for their favourite, or simply shout to be part of the moment. When it ends, one man steps across the line first. That man is Coroibos. The judges agree. The crowd sees it. Somewhere in the sanctuary, a priest records his name as the winner of the stadion at the games in honour of Zeus. For the people standing there on that day, this might feel like a fine race and a good festival, but not necessarily like the start of a new era. No one is thinking in careful terms about chronology. They are thinking about sacrifices, about local politics, about who brought the fattest cow for the altar and which friend or cousin did well on the track. The importance of the moment comes later, when men like Hippias and the historian Timaeus of Tauromenium start to look back across the years and organize history. They decide that this particular festival, the one where Koroibos won, is the first games that deserve a firm date and a place in a list. They call it the first Olympiad and then number each 4-year cycle that follows in sequence. That use of Olympiads as a timescale becomes one of the most distinctive features of Greek historical thought. Instead of saying that something happened in a certain year before the Common Era, which is a modern way of counting, Greek writers would say that an event took place in the 3rd year of the 15th Olympiad, or that a famous battle happened when so-and-so won the Stadion race at Olympia. The victory of a runner thus becomes a point on which other events hang. Politics, wars, and treaties are pinned to the record of sport. When you think about it, that says something striking about what the games meant to the people who kept them. They trusted the regular rhythm of the festival to mark the passing of time. Every 4 years, no matter how the cities argued, no matter who was at war, there was supposed to be an Olympic Games. The first few Olympiads, after Koroibos, look very modest in the record. For more than a dozen cycles, the Stadion is the only event that is mentioned. That does not mean there were no other entertainments at the festival. There were surely sacrifices, feasts, and perhaps informal contests in other skills. But in the official list that Hippias and his successors copied and polished, only the winner of that one short race was worth writing down. These men become a line of remembered names, each attached to a single burst of effort on a hot day in Olympia. Many of them, like Koroibos, come from Elis or nearby towns. That makes sense. Travel is difficult, and word of the festival spreads slowly. At first, the Games are a regional event, owned and shaped by the Elians and their neighbours. Even in this simple early phase, there are already rules and rituals that give the festival a seriousness beyond a village fair. Before anyone runs, athletes and judges gather around an altar, probably the altar of Zeus in the sacred grove. They place their hands on the cut pieces of a boar that has just been sacrificed and swear an oath that they will play fair and that they have met the required period of training. The oath is not a formal clause in a legal contract. It is a promise made in front of a god who, in Greek thinking, pays close attention to such moments. To break it is to invite not only public shame, but divine anger. That belief gives the race a moral dimension. It is not enough to be fast. You must be fast and honest. The men who supervise the festival are called the Hellanodikai, which simply means the judges of the Greeks. At this early stage, they are drawn entirely from the leading families of Elis. They have a complicated job. They must decide who can compete, they must keep order during the events, and they must announce the winners and award the crowns. Over time, the role becomes more formalized. The judges train for months in advance, studying the rules and learning how to recognize fouls in wrestling or false starts in running. The fact that this training exists at all shows how quickly the games gain a reputation that needs protecting. No one wants an Olympic crown to be treated as a joke. To reach Olympia at all in the early period, an athlete has to make a real journey. There are no trains or smooth roads. There are rough tracks, sea crossings, and days of walking. Most competitors arrive on foot, carrying their own small packs or traveling with a trainer and perhaps a servant. A few wealthier men may come with horses for riding or with servants carrying extra equipment. They trickle into the valley in the days before the festival begins. They set up small camps under trees or near the river. They test the track with light practice runs. They size up rivals, trading glances, and a few cautious words. With the festival still regional, many athletes might know each other already. The man from a town 3 valleys away has raced them before in a smaller local event. The aliens who come every 4 years are familiar faces, yet even at this scale, there must be a sense that Olympia feels different. The shrine has a wider reputation. Travelers who have been to distant cities bring tales about it. Priests speak with more authority. The stories about Zeus, Pelops, and Heracles that we heard in the previous chapter are told again around cooking fires at night, giving everyone a sense that they have come to a special place, not just another fairground. During the festival, a kind of fragile peace settles over the region. At some point before the games, heralds from Elis travel throughout Greece to announce that a sacred truce is in place. The idea is simple. For a set period before, during, and after the festival, the roads to Olympia must be safe. Armies are supposed to suspend campaigns. City leaders are expected to guarantee that athletes and spectators can travel without being attacked. In reality, not every war stops for the games, but the ideal is there, and it is taken seriously enough that even powerful cities usually respect it. For a few weeks, men who might be enemies in another season find themselves standing side by side on a hillside, watching a race and cheering for one runner or another. The first official program remains remarkably bare for some time. Only one race, one crown, one name to add to the list. Yet there are constant small pressures pushing the festival toward growth. A strong runner who just misses first place in the stadium might wish for a longer event where endurance matters more. A nobleman with fine horses might look at the open, flat land near the sanctuary and imagine chariot races there. Wrestlers and boxers who already test themselves in city gymnasiums might ask why their skills are not represented. Priests and local officials might see the benefit of attracting more visitors and more offerings by adding variety. Slowly, over the course of the 8th and 7th centuries, these ideas begin to change the shape of the festival. A second foot race is introduced, one that covers 2 lengths of the track instead of 1. Then a much longer race appears, which makes runners circle the track many times and rewards stamina. Wrestling and boxing find their place in the schedule. The pentathlon, a combination event that includes running, jumping, discus, javelin, and wrestling, arrives as a way to crown the most versatile athlete. Horse and chariot races start to thunder across the flat ground of the Hippodrome beside the main stadium. Each edition brings with it new types of training, new strategies, and new names that people will remember. We will look more closely at this expansion in the next chapter. For now, what matters is that the quiet decision to write down Koroibos' name and to mark his year as the first Olympiad gives future Greeks a fixed point. From that point, they build a timeline. On that timeline lie the political struggles of their city-states, the rise and fall of leaders, the slow advance of art and science, and the small but important fact that every 4 years, without fail, athletes race at Olympia in honor of Zeus. The games move from the world of story into the world of record, and once they are there, they become something that can grow, spread, and eventually hold together a whole culture for more than 1,000 years. The first Olympic Games that we can date in a firm way were small and simple. One race, one winner, one crown of olive leaves cut from a sacred tree. That was enough to start the list that historians would later treat as the backbone of Greek timekeeping. But people in Greece were not the sort to leave anything important in a simple state for long. Once the festival at Olympia had a regular rhythm and a growing reputation, there was almost constant pressure to add something more. A longer race for men who were better at endurance than at sprinting. A chance for wrestlers to show their skill. A place for horse owners to show off their teams. The Olympic Games began to grow, not through a single decision, but through many small choices made over generations by priests, judges, athletes, and city leaders who all saw opportunities in this sacred valley in Elis. The first changes came in the easiest place, the running track. For the early generations of Olympic competitors, the stadium was the only event that really counted. If you were the quickest sprinter over that one length of the track, history would remember your name. Yet it does not take long for people to ask, what happens if the race is a little longer? Perhaps there is a man who cannot beat the local champion in a short sprint, but who can hold a fast pace twice as long. At some point in the 8th century before the Common Era, a second race appears at Olympia. This one is called the two-length race. Runners line up at the same starting line, but instead of stopping when they reach the far stone marker, they wheel around it and come back to where they began. The burst of speed at the start still matters, but so does the ability to keep going and to handle the turn without losing balance. A few Olympiads later, another race is added for those who thrive on long distance, a race of many lengths around the track. Now the arena begins to echo, not only with the brief shout of a sprint, but with the slower, steady pounding of feet as men circle the course again and again before collapsing at the finish. Alongside these new races, other forms of competition that had long existed in local festivals begin to get official positions in the Olympic schedule. Wrestling arrives, bringing with it a whole culture of holds, throws, and tactics that men have been practicing in city gymnasiums for years. The wrestling ground at Olympia becomes a place where strength and technique are tested against each other in front of thousands of eyes. Boxers follow, their hands wrapped in strips of leather that protect the skin but do nothing to soften the blows. Their contests are slow and punishing. There is no 3-round structure, no timed breaks, only 2 men trading strikes, until one can no longer continue or admits defeat. The crowd responds with that mix. Western audiences still know today, part horror, part fascination, part admiration for people willing to take such punishment for the chance of a crown and a brief taste of fame. One of the more interesting additions is the event the Greeks call the 5 contest, the pentathlon. Someone, perhaps a priest, who wants a contest that will honor many forms of skill at once, decides that there should be a place for the athlete who is not the absolute best in any one thing, but very good at several. The pentathlon includes a short race, long jump, discus, javelin, and wrestling. To win it, a man must run fast, leap far, throw with precision and power, and hold his own in a grappling match at the end of a long day. This event quickly gains a kind of noble status. Victors in the pentathlon are admired for balance and grace. Their bodies are seen as the ideal shape for an athlete, strong without being heavy, lean without being fragile. Artists use pentathletes as models for statues of heroes and gods. The most dramatic change in the character of the games, though, comes with the arrival of horses. It is one thing to watch men race on their own legs. It is another to see 4 horses hit the starting line together, their muscles bunched, their heads tossing, pulling at the reins, while drivers struggle to keep them under control. At some point in the 7th century, before the Common Era, Olympia adds chariot races and mounted horse races to the program. The chariot race takes place on a long, flat course, the Hippodrome, laid out beside the main stadium. There are turning posts at each end, and room for several chariots to race side by side. The drivers must manage their teams at full speed, steer around the posts without flipping, and avoid collisions with rivals. Crashes are common. Wheels lock together, chariots break, men and horses go down in a tangle that sends dust and splinters into the air. Victors emerge spattered with sweat and dirt, their horses frothing and trembling. The crowd roars with every tight turn and near disaster. These horse events also change who can realistically take part in the Olympics. Any freeborn Greek man of modest means can, in theory, train as a runner or wrestler if his city offers a gymnasium and if he has the time. But owning, feeding, and training a team of horses requires wealth. Chariot races bring aristocrats and tyrants, the one-man rulers of certain cities, into the heart of the festival. In the rules of the games, the winner of the chariot race is not the driver, but the owner of the horses. This means that a noble who never sets foot on the track can be crowned Olympic champion if his team finishes first. City leaders use this to build prestige. A victory at Olympia is the ancient equivalent of a worldwide headline. It tells everyone that your city is rich enough to send horses and skilled enough to win. For many years to come, inscriptions will record the names of men who rule cities and states, who are proudest not of their laws but of their chariot victories. As more events appear, the festival stretches. What began as a brief celebration tied to a religious feast becomes a program that fills several days. By the classical period, the Olympics cover 5 days, each with its own character. The first day focuses on rituals and formalities. Athletes, judges, and city representatives gather in front of a statue of Zeus, place their hands on sacred objects or cut pieces of sacrificial meat, and swear to obey the rules and to respect the truce. Lists of competitors are read out. There are sacrifices in front of the temples. This is also the day when disputes about eligibility are settled. If there is any question about whether a man is truly a citizen of a Greek city, or whether he has committed some offense that should bar him from competing, this is when it must be raised and answered. The second and third days belong largely to the equestrian events and to some of the heavier athletic contests. In the morning, the chariot races send clouds of dust into the air. The thunder of hooves, the creak of wooden wheels, and the shouts of drivers fill the hippodrome. In the afternoon, spectators move to the wrestling ground or the boxing area, where single combat events unfold one after another. The atmosphere is crowded and noisy. People push for better views, argue loudly about the officials' decisions, and back their favourite athletes the way fans today back a football team. Another day is given to the pentathlon and to some religious ceremonies that reach their peak in a grand sacrifice to Zeus. 100 oxen are brought to the great altar. The smell of blood and meat mixes with incense and with the constant dust of trampled ground. Portions of the animals are burned as the gods share in the feast. The rest is cooked and eaten by the people. This day underlines a fact that can be easy to forget if we focus only on the sports. The Olympic Games are first a religious festival. Every race, every bout, every throw is in theory an offering to Zeus, a way of pleasing the king of the gods. The foot races, including the stadion, now take their place in a structured order, along with other contests that are purely about speed and agility. One race, for example, is run by athletes in full armour, carrying shields and wearing helmets. It is a strange mix of sport and war training. The men must balance the weight of their equipment with the need for quick strides. The crowd loves this event because it speaks directly to the reality of Greek life. These are citizens who might one day stand in a battle line. Seeing how they handle armour on the track is more than entertainment. It is a kind of test. While the programme grows, so does the audience. In the early days, the people who stand on the slopes above the track are mostly from Elis and nearby regions. As news of the games spreads, visitors start to arrive from further afield. Men come from Sparta and Corinth, from Athens and Thebes, from islands like Rhodes, and from Greek settlements in Sicily and southern Italy. The journey is not easy. It involves long sea voyages and rough roads. But the reward is the chance to see the best athletes in a shared space and to take part in a tradition that now has the weight of many Olympiads behind it. At some point in this growth, the Olympic Games begin to be described with a special word. They are called Pan-Hellenic, which means that they belong to all Greeks. Not everyone accepts this in practice. There are feuds between cities, wars that flare up in spite of the truce, and deep cultural divides between places that see themselves as more or less civilized. But the idea of a festival that draws participants from all corners of the Greek-speaking world becomes one of the defining features of Olympia. If your city can send an athlete to compete here, and if that athlete can win, you are part of a larger family of people who share the same gods, language, and values. The Olympic Games are not the only Pan-Hellenic festival. Over time, 3 others rise to prominence. At Delphi, sacred to Apollo, there is a set of games that combine music, poetry, and athletics. Near Corinth, at the Isthmus, another festival grows, with its own list of champions in running and fighting. At Nemea, a smaller but still respected series of contests takes place in honor of Zeus. These 4 gatherings form a cycle. In the space of 4 years, there will be at least one major festival almost every season. Ambitious athletes travel from one to the next, building reputations as serial winners. Cities that can afford it send teams and entourages to all 4, treating them as opportunities for both athletic glory and diplomatic networking. Even in this crowded field, Olympia holds a special place. It is the oldest of the great festivals. It honors the chief of the gods. It has the longest list of victors. Its truce has become a standard part of the calendar. When Greek historians write about major events, they often date them by saying that they happened in the same year as a particular Olympiad. That habit keeps the focus on Olympia in a way no other festival can match. A victory here means more than a victory at any other meeting. It is the highest crown an athlete can win in the Greek world. As the games grow in scope, they also grow in political importance. City-states that once saw Olympia as a distant shrine now use it as a stage. Leaders arrive not only with athletes, but with official messengers. They use the gathering of Greeks as an opportunity to make public announcements. Treaties are read aloud in front of the crowd and carved into stone that stands in the sanctuary. Alliances are declared here. Sometimes, even declarations of war are made. Treasuries, small but ornate buildings meant to store offerings from particular cities, start to appear along the processional routes. Each one is built in the style of its home city and decorated with scenes that celebrate victories in war or expressions of piety. Walking past them is like walking through a gallery of Greek pride. This political display is not always peaceful or tasteful. Cities compete with each other not only on the track, but in the height of their treasuries, in the richness of the offerings they bring, and in the boldness of the inscriptions they carve. After important battles, victors sometimes dedicate armor, weapons, and captured objects at Olympia. A visitor might see helmets taken from defeated soldiers hanging in a row, shields inscribed with messages about what city has beaten which enemy. The sanctuary becomes partly a museum of Greek conflict. Yet even in these signs of rivalry, there is an underlying unity. All these armies, however fiercely they fight elsewhere, except that this valley in Elis is a neutral space set aside for Zeus and for sport. The growth of the festival also changes the small city of Elis itself. Every 4 years, the aliens must host crowds that swell far beyond their usual capacity. They prepare roads, secure water supplies, and organize the logistics of feeding and housing the flood of visitors. For the people of Elis, the Olympics are both a religious duty and an economic opportunity. Traders arrive with food, blankets, simple tents, oil for athletes, wine for celebrations, and countless small goods. Craftsmen set up stalls to sell pottery, figurines, and tools. Poets and storytellers roam the grounds, offering performances for a fee or in the hope of attracting a wealthy patron. The games become a marketplace of culture as well as of goods. For individual athletes, the expansion of the Olympic program and its growing fame change what it means to train. In the early days, a man might prepare for the stadium in his spare time while working at his regular trade. The demands of life leave only so many hours in which to run. As more events appear and as the value of an Olympic crown rises, some athletes begin to treat training as almost a full-time occupation. Wealthy families may support promising sons. Cities that want to raise their profile may pay for coaching and time off from regular work. Trainers travel from place to place, teaching new techniques and selling their expertise. By the classical period, a serious Olympic hopeful is someone who has spent at least 10 continuous months preparing, following a strict program of diet, exercise, and rest. The oath sworn at Olympia that mentions this training period is not a formality. It is a reminder of the reality that to compete here is to devote a large piece of your life to the attempt. As all these changes unfold, the basic core of the experience remains simple. At the center of everything, there is still a man or a group of men on a stretch of earth, trying to run faster, wrestle better, or drive more skillfully than others. The track is still a long strip of dirt. The wrestling ground is still a rectangle of sand. The hippodrome is still a flat field with posts at each end. There are no grand stone seats for the majority of the crowd. Most people still stand or sit on grassy slopes. They endure heat, dust, flies, and crowded conditions for the sake of being present when a new champion emerges. For someone listening today, used to perfectly organized televised events, it can be strange to imagine that the most prestigious festival in the Greek world involved so much discomfort. Yet, the ancient sources are clear on this point. People came despite the hardships, because the draw of the games was stronger than any concern about heat or lack of shade. The Olympic Games, once a modest local celebration, have by now become a fixed point in the lives of countless Greeks. Every child who grows up in a city that sends athletes to Olympia hears stories about past champions. Every young man who steps into a gymnasium to train for the first time knows that there is a higher stage where his ability might someday be tested. Every city leader who thinks about how to raise the profile of his home imagines the moment when his runner, wrestler, or chariot will be crowned at Olympia, while heralds shout the name of the city loud enough for the whole crowd to hear. If you picture the ancient Olympic Games only as races and contests, you miss half of what made them matter. To the people who actually went there, Olympia was not just a sports venue. It was a place where the gods were thought to live a little closer to the ground, where ordinary men could stand under the same trees and clouds that had seen Pelops race and Heracles sacrifice. The games were one part of a larger experience, a few intense days in a quiet valley that for the rest of the year belonged to priests, caretakers, and the sound of the river. The valley itself sits in the western part of the Peloponnese, in the land of Elis. Two rivers shape the space. The broader Alpheus flows past on one side, and a smaller stream, the Cladius, joins it nearby. Low hills rise gently around the site. One of them, a rounded height the Greeks called the Hill of Cronus, overlooks the whole sanctuary. When you approach Olympia on foot in the time of the classical games, you walk down from the higher, drier country into a pocket where the air feels heavier and more humid. You would smell water and dust, animals and smoke, long before you saw the white shapes of temples between the trees. At the heart of Olympia is the sacred enclosure that the Greeks simply called the Altis, the grove. In early times, this really was a grove, a space filled with plane trees, wild olives and pines, marked off by low walls and simple boundary stones. Over generations, people filled it with human work. Temples rose, altars multiplied, and statues thickened until the grove became more like an outdoor museum under the open sky. But the idea of the place as a living, sacred wood never went away. When an athlete or visitor stepped into the Altis, they were expected to behave with a certain care. Loud arguments and casual behavior were frowned on. Sacrifices were offered. Prayers were spoken softly. The games might have turned Olympia into a crowded hub every 4 years, but for the priests who lived here year-round, this was above all the home of Zeus. One of the oldest buildings inside the Altis was the Temple of Hera. It was a long, low structure with heavy columns, older in style than the buildings that would come later. Here, married women and local families brought their offerings to the Queen of the Gods. It was in front of this temple, in later times, that a small altar would hold a flame lit from the rays of the sun, a fire that burned in honor of Hera. Near it stood statues and offerings from cities that wanted to show respect to both Hera and the festival she shared with Zeus. For a visitor, this temple signaled that the sanctuary was not just a place for male athletes. It was a complex religious center, with many cults living side by side, even if the games themselves belonged mainly to men. Dominating everything, however, was the Temple of Zeus. This was a later addition, begun in the 5th century before the Common Era, when the sanctuary had already become famous. It was built in the severe, simple Doric style, with heavy, fluted columns around a central hall. Inside that hall stood one of the wonders of the ancient world, a statue that made visitors from distant lands catch their breath. The sculptor Phidias, known already for his work in Athens, created a seated figure of Zeus, more than 12 meters high. The god sat on a grand throne, his skin formed of ivory plates, his robe and ornaments made of gold. In one hand, he held a figure of Nike, the spirit of victory. In the other, he held a scepter topped with an eagle. The throne itself was decorated with carvings and inlays that told other myths. Lamps burned to keep the air dry and to protect the ivory from damage. People who saw this statue left descriptions that sound almost like reports from another planet. They say that when you stepped inside the dim hall, and your eyes adjusted from the bright Greek sun, you felt as if Zeus really were seated there, filling the space with his presence. The head of the statue nearly touched the roof. If the god were to stand, one visitor wrote, he would break the building apart. The message of this work was not subtle. It said that everything in Olympia, from the smallest local offering to the greatest athletic crown, belonged under the gaze of Zeus. To compete here was to perform in front of that immense, calm face. Scattered through the Altis were many other points of meaning. There was the Pelopion, a low, fenced mound that marked the shrine of Pelops. There were altars to various gods, each with its own customs for sacrifice. There were treasuries along the edges, small but richly decorated buildings given by cities such as Megara, Syracuse, and others to store their offerings. There were stone bases that once held statues of athletes, generals, and gods. As you walked, your eyes would constantly move between trees, pillars, and images of human and divine figures in bronze and marble. Near the entrance to the stadium stood a line of bronze statues of Zeus called the Zanes. They were not paid for out of normal donations. They came from fines. Whenever an athlete was caught cheating, especially if he tried to bribe a judge or a rival, he was heavily punished. The money went toward casting another statue of Zeus, which was then placed on a base inscribed with a warning against corruption. To enter the stadium, every athlete had to pass these stern figures and read the words below. The effect was deliberate. It reminded competitors that their actions would not only be judged in the moment, but also remembered in metal and stone. The shame of being named on a base for cheating at Olympia was something most men did not wish to risk. Outside the sacred grove, the more practical parts of the site spread across the flatter ground. There was a gymnasium, a large courtyard surrounded by covered colonnades where athletes trained in running and discussed throwing. Nearby was the palestra, a smaller rectangular court for wrestling and boxing practice. In these spaces, on the days before the festival, athletes from many cities worked through their routines under the eyes of trainers and judges. They ran, jumped, grappled, and repeated drills in the dust, then cooled off in cold baths and rubbed their skin with oil and strigils to scrape off sweat and grime. Young men from different regions heard each other speak with slightly different accents and compared rumors about who might win which event. The stadium itself was simple in shape, but when filled with people it became one of the most intense places in Greece. It was cut into the earth just outside the Altis. A long, narrow running track formed the floor, framed by grassy banks where the spectators stood or sat. There were no stone stands for the majority, only the sloping ground. Judges sat on a raised platform near the finish line. At one end of the track was the starting line, a row of stone blocks set into the soil with grooves to guide the runner's feet. At the other was the finishing line, another stone that marked the goal. The length of the track, the stadion, became a standard measure of distance in Greek life. On the day of a big race, the stadium filled early. Spectators squeezed together on the banks, finding what shade they could from small awnings or from the shadow of the hill. The heat could be brutal. Ancient writers mention clouds of dust kicked up by thousands of feet and swarms of flies that tormented both men and animals. Water was not plentiful. There were no comfortable seats, no easy exits, no quiet spots. Men jostled and argued about their viewpoints. Some climbed higher on the slopes to see over the crowd, even if it meant standing under the bare sun. Yet, when the runners stepped to the line, a hush usually fell. For a few moments, the whole valley seemed to focus on the strip of earth between the start and finish, waiting for the judge to give the signal. The hippodrome, where the horse and chariot races took place, lay on the flat land further down toward the river. Almost nothing of it survives in the ground today, but ancient descriptions give a clear picture. It was very long, with a central space for the racers and markers at each end for turning. Spectators lined the sides or watched from raised mounds. Chariot races could involve as many as 40 teams at once, though not all at Olympia. The start involved a complex arrangement to make sure that each team had a fair chance when the signal was given. Once the race began, it was chaos. Horses strained, drivers shouted, wheels scraped against each other, and crashes happened often. The most dangerous place was at the turning posts, where a driver who cut the corner too close might flip his chariot and bring down others. It was the sort of event that made strong impressions on those who saw it. The daily rhythm of the festival, once the events began, was a mix of movement and waiting. At sunrise, trumpets sounded to summon people to the first ceremonies. Athletes, judges, and representatives from each city walked in procession through the Altis. They stopped at different altars to make offerings, then gathered in front of one of the main temples to swear their oaths. Priests sprinkled water on barley grains and tossed them on the fire. The smell of fresh sacrifice drifted out into the broader crowd, where traders were already setting up stalls along the approach roads, laying out bread, cheese, figs, olives, and cups of watered wine for sale. Once the contests started, attention shifted constantly from one part of the sanctuary to another. A fan of wrestling might linger near the palaestra, watching match after match in the hot sun, then hurry to the stadium when word spread that the stadium final was about to begin. Merchants and entertainers followed the flow, calling out their goods and songs. Storytellers found small clearings to perform tales from myth or to recite victory odes that had been composed for past champions. Sculptors and painters, knowing that rich men gathered here, unveiled new works or discussed potential commissions. Olympia became, for a few days, not just a religious center and a sports venue, but also one of the liveliest marketplaces in the Greek world. At the center of everything, though, were the moments when religion and sport touched directly. The most striking example was the great sacrifice to Zeus. On a chosen day in the festival, 100 cattle were brought to the altar of Zeus. They were led in a line through the Altis, decorated with ribbons and garlands. Flute players and singers accompanied the procession. Spectators pressed in to see, knowing that the meat would later be shared among many of them. At the altar, priests inspected the animals and sprinkled water on their heads, watching for signs of acceptance. Then, in a series of swift movements, they cut the throats and collected the blood. Portions of the thighs and fat, considered the gods' share, were burned on the altar. Smoke rose into the sky and drifted over the sanctuary, carrying with it the smell of roasted flesh. For an athlete standing in that smoke, the connection between his own efforts and the larger purpose of the festival could feel very real. He had not come only to win a race. He had come to take part in an elaborate act of devotion that involved entire cities and countless families. If he won, the crown placed on his head was not just a personal trophy. It was a sign that Zeus had recognized his effort and for a moment had smiled on his city. The crowds that came to Olympia did not all see the place in the same way. For a local farmer from Elis, the games might be an exciting disruption, a chance to sell produce and hear news from distant coasts. For a Spartan, raised in a society that loved both discipline and competition, the festival might feel like a natural extension of home training, an additional test in front of a wider audience. For an Athenian, used to debate and drama, the sight of thousands of Greeks gathered together without weapons might be as interesting as the contests themselves. For merchants from colonies in Italy or on the Black Sea, Olympia was also a place to make contacts and to measure how close they still felt to the old homeland. Women experienced the site differently. The rules of the games excluded married women not only from competition, but also in principle from entering the stadium on the days of the athletic events. Young unmarried girls might be allowed to watch. There was also a separate festival in honor of Hera, with its own races for women, held in another season. But during the male games, the heavy emphasis was on male bodies and male honor. There is, however, a well-known story of a woman named Calipatera, who disguised herself as a trainer to watch her son compete. When her son won and she climbed into the enclosure in excitement, her clothes snagged and she was revealed as a woman. The judges debated what to do. Executing the mother of an Olympic victor did not sit well with them, and they spared her, but they made the rules stricter for future games. From then on, trainers as well as athletes had to strip so that no woman could sneak onto the field. The story shows how central the male world was to Olympia and how hard women sometimes had to work to see a part of it. For those who did come and endure the conditions, the memory of Olympia often stayed vivid for a lifetime. Ancient philosophers used the games as a way to explain ideas. One writer described how people put up with heat, crowding, and hunger just to see a single race, then asked his students what they would endure for a truly important spiritual goal. Another writer compared life to a visit to the games. Some people, he said, come to trade and make money. Others come to compete. A few come simply to watch and to understand. By using Olympia as a metaphor, these thinkers were showing how deeply the festival had sunk into the common imagination. Between the contests, the sanctuary absorbed a constant flow of small personal rituals. An athlete who had lost early might come to an altar and offer a small animal or a handful of cakes, asking the god for better luck next time. A father who had just seen his son crowned might cut off a lock of the young man's hair and dedicate it under a tree or at a shrine. A city delegation whose athlete had failed might still dedicate a bronze shield or a vase, hoping that the gesture of piety would matter, even if the result on the track did not. If you stood on the hill of Cronus and looked down during the peak of the games, you would see all these layers at once. The white shapes of temples, the dark green of trees, and the glint of metal statues in the altus, the long streak of the stadium with its flickering line of runners or wrestlers, the dusty blur of the hippodrome further out, with small moving shapes of horses and chariots. Around all this, a ring of tents, stalls, campfires, and people, tens of thousands of them, spread like a temporary city that would vanish again when the festival was over. The miracle of Olympia was that this temporary world kept coming back. Every 4 years, in the heat of the Greek summer, the valley filled again with bodies, voices, offerings, and expectations. Then the crowds left. The priests and caretakers stayed behind with the statues and the trees, keeping the fires burning and the stories alive until the next cycle. For them, the site was never empty. It was a place where the presence of the gods and the echoes of past games could always be felt under the sound of the river and the wind in the leaves. If you stood in the crowd at Olympia and watched the contests unfold, sooner or later your eyes would settle on one figure who seemed to move a little more easily than the others. There was always someone like that. A runner whose stride looked smooth while others strained. A wrestler who stayed strangely calm, even when he was one grip away from defeat. A boxer who could read an opponent from the first punch. Those men were the ones the crowd remembered. They were the ones whose names traveled back home on the lips of traders and storytellers. In every age of the games, champions rose out of the dust of the stadium and became more than just athletes. They turned into symbols of what Greeks thought a person could be at his best. To become that kind of champion, an athlete had to give much more than a few good afternoons of effort. By the time the Olympic Games reached their classical form, the rules already assumed that a serious competitor had trained for at least 10 months. This was not a casual promise. Athletes swore it as part of their oath in the sanctuary. Before the games began, competitors and judges gathered in one of the temples or in front of an altar, often in the building called the Bouleuterium, where official business was done. A boar was sacrificed and its pieces laid out. With one hand on the cut meat, athletes promised that they had completed the required training and that they would obey the rules of the festival. In a world where people believed that oaths spoken before the gods had real consequences, that moment had weight. Training itself happened mostly back in the athletes' home cities. The strongest Olympic competitors usually came from places that took sport seriously in daily life. Sparta, for example, raised boys in a system that demanded constant physical effort. They ran, wrestled, and endured harsh conditions from youth. For a Spartan, going to Olympia was almost a natural extension of his upbringing. Croton, a city in southern Italy, became famous for producing powerful athletes, especially in wrestling. Its citizens took pride in that reputation. To be from a city known for champions was almost as important as being a champion yourself. In a typical Greek city, the gymnasium and the palestra formed the social center for men. A young athlete would arrive there early in the morning, strip off his clothes, and rub his skin with oil. Trainers would lead him through a series of exercises. Runners did laps along the track, practicing both short sprints and longer distances. Wrestlers worked on throws and holds, first in slow motion, then at full speed. Boxers shadow boxed, then paired off with partners under the watchful eyes of a coach. Between efforts, men rested in the shade of colonnades, scraped off sweat and dust with curved metal strigils, and talked about famous victories from past games. Diet was part of the program too. Some athletes experimented with eating mostly meat, others with bread and cheese and figs. Ancient writers tell stories about coaches who argued loudly about whether a particular vegetable was good for strength or bad for stamina. For those who had the talent and the resources, training could become almost a full-time occupation. Wealthy families might support sons who showed promise. Cities that wanted to raise their profile might sponsor a runner or wrestler, paying for his food, his coach, and his travel. Trainers moved from city to city, teaching their methods and collecting fees from those who believed their techniques could shave a heartbeat off a sprint or add a crucial bit of staying power in a long race. By the time an athlete stood on the starting line at Olympia, his body was the visible result of years of effort. The curves of his muscles, the way he breathed, even the way he held his shoulders, told informed spectators how seriously he had taken the path. What waited at the end of that path was, on paper, surprisingly modest. The official prize at Olympia was a crown of leaves cut from a wild olive tree that grew in the sacred grove. The tree had its own story. Some said Heracles had planted it when he first dedicated the site to Zeus. Others believed it had grown there since the earliest days of the sanctuary. Judges cut branches from it with a golden knife and wove them into simple wreaths. During the victory ceremony, the winner was led forward, his name and city announced by a herald, and the crown was placed on his head. The crowd cheered. Friends embraced him. Priests looked on with serious faces, as if they were confirming that Zeus had accepted the outcome. That wreath had no gold or gems. It could be held in one hand. Yet the honor attached to it was so great that men were willing to risk their health and sometimes their lives for the chance to wear it. The real rewards came when the champion went home. In many cities, a returning Olympic victor entered not through the regular gate, but through a temporary breach in the city wall. The symbolic message was clear. A city that produced men like this did not need walls. The people were its defense. Crowds greeted him with songs. He might ride in a chariot through the streets, the olive crown still on his head, while neighbors threw flowers or shouted his name. City leaders gave speeches about how his victory reflected the character of the community. Material rewards followed. In several places, Olympic victors were granted free meals at public expense for the rest of their lives. They sat in special seats at civic feasts. Some cities gave them cash or land. Others honored them with front row seats at the theater and in religious ceremonies. Inscriptions carved on stone sang their praises. Families proudly added the title of Olympic winner to their list of ancestors. For a man born in a small or remote city, a victory at Olympia could change his social standing forever. His children and grandchildren would be known as descendants of a champion. Famous names began to circulate across the Greek world. One of the most celebrated was Milo of Croton, a wrestler from the late 6th century before the Common Era. Stories about Milo sit somewhere between fact and legend. It is said that he won the wrestling event at Olympia several times in a row, and that he dominated similar contests at the other great games. People told tales of his incredible strength. In one story, he carries a full-grown bull on his shoulders through a stadium, then kills and eats it in a single day. In another, he stands on a greased disc and challenges anyone to push him off. No one can. Whether or not these stories are literally true matters less than the fact that people like to tell them. In telling them, they were expressing an ideal. Milo was not just a man. He was a living example of what devoted training and natural power could do. Another often mentioned champion was Leonidas of Rhodes, a runner from the 2nd century before the Common Era. Leonidas specialized in speed. He entered 3 running events in 4 consecutive Olympics and won all of them every time. That meant 12 victories, a record that stood unmatched for more than 2,000 years. Ancient spectators must have watched him with a mix of admiration and disbelief. In a festival that prided itself on seeing new champions rise, one man managed to dominate the track for a long span of his life. His name became a standard. Later, runners measured themselves against the memory of Leonidas. Not all famous victors were men who competed with their own bodies. The rules of the chariot races gave the Olympic crown to the owner of the horses, not to the driver. This allowed wealthy individuals, including women, to win titles without stepping onto the track. The most famous of these was Cyniska of Sparta, a princess from a city that raised its girls with more physical freedom than most Greek communities allowed. Cyniska bred and trained a team of horses that won the 4-horse chariot race at Olympia. She did it once, and then again at a later games. Her victories were recorded on stone, and her success stirred debate among her contemporaries. Some praised her as proof that even in a male-dominated festival, a woman could find a path to glory. Others treated her as an exception that proved the rule. Either way, her name entered the long list of Olympic stories. Honor at Olympia was not only about winning, it was also about how you behaved while trying to win. The idea of fair play, although not expressed in modern terms, was deeply woven into the games. The oath that athletes took before the contests underscored this. They promised not to cheat, not to bribe, and not to use tricks that violated the rules. The judges, the Hellenodikai, were expected to enforce those rules strictly, even against popular figures. Penalties for breaking them could be severe. An athlete caught cheating could be flogged. He could be banned from competition. His city might be fined. The money would then be used to cast another bronze statue of Zeus to add to the line of Zanes near the stadium entrance, with an inscription naming the offender for all time. Those statues became a kind of hall of shame. Their presence shows that cheating did happen. Some athletes tried to bribe opponents into losing. Others tried to bribe judges. There were disputes about citizenship. A man from a non-Greek background might try to pass as a citizen of a Greek colony to get into the games. When such cases were uncovered, the officials publicly exposed them. In a culture where honor and shame had real consequences for families and cities, being caught in a crime at Olympia could haunt a name for generations. The shame was meant to balance the great honor of victory. The Olympic truce, which we met earlier as a political and practical custom, also carried a moral and symbolic weight. When heralds from Elis travelled around Greece to announce the approaching games, they declared that no weapons should block the roads to Olympia and that all who wished to compete or to worship should be allowed to travel safely. City-states at war were asked to stand down for the duration. It was an ideal more than a strict rule, but it mattered. For many Greeks, the thought that enemies could share the same space for a few days, lay down their shields, and shout side by side for a runner, showed that the games represented something larger than ordinary conflicts. It was not that war went away, it was that, for a brief time, another value took priority. Within the stadium and the other venues, the rules about who could be present reflected the values and limits of the society. Only freeborn Greek men were allowed to compete. Foreigners from outside the Greek world could not enter the contests. Slaves were excluded. Married women were not even supposed to watch. The punishment for a married woman found in the stadium on athletic days was, at least in theory, death by being thrown from a cliff. Whether that penalty was ever actually carried out is uncertain, but the fact that it was part of the law shows how strongly the organizers wanted to keep the contests within a narrow band of society. Youths had their own events, but the most prestigious crowns were reserved for adult men. Even within those limits, the games allowed some mixing that daily life did not. A fisherman from a small island could line up on the track next to a nobleman from a large city, and if he ran faster, he would be crowned the winner. Wrestling and boxing matches were decided not by birth, but by performance in front of the crowd. Judges did their best to ignore local loyalties when announcing winners. Spectators did not always share that discipline, and fights could break out in the stands, but the ideal was there. At Olympia, for a few days, the main question was not who your father was, but whether you could run, throw, or fight better than another trained man. The stories of victory did not end with the festival. They were captured in words and images that spread the Olympic spirit throughout Greece. The most fine-grained records, those lists of winners we have mentioned, were kept by local scholars and priests, but the more vivid emotional versions came from poets. Among them, Pindar stands out. In the 5th century, before the Common Era, He composed elaborate odes to honor Olympic and other Pan-Hellenic victors. A wealthy family or a city would pay him to write a poem celebrating their champion. Pindar then wove the story of the victory together with myths about gods and heroes, pointing out that the champion stood in a long line of noble figures. These odes were performed with music before audiences that might never see Olympia in person. By hearing them, people far away could feel some of the excitement and pride of the games. Artists carved and cast statues of winners that stood at Olympia and back home. Some showed the athlete in the moment of effort, muscles tense, body twisting in a throw or leaning into a sprint. Others showed him standing still, holding a crown or a palm branch, the symbol of victory. Inscriptions on the bases often included short verses that said who he was, where he was from, and what event he had won. A visitor walking through a city decades after a particular games could still see, in bronze or stone, the faces and forms of men whose quickness or strength had once thrilled the crowd at Olympia. For the champions themselves, life after victory could take different paths. Some retired at the peak of their fame, returning to their city to live as honored citizens, perhaps serving in public office or acting as trainers for the next generation. Others kept competing, traveling from one festival to another, building up a string of titles. A few found that success brought problems as well as rewards. Their cities might expect constant new victories. Rivals might resent their special treatment. Stories survive of champions who misjudged their strength and lost late in their careers, facing the cold silence of a crowd that had once cheered. The same stage that made a man famous could also witness his decline. Still, for most Greeks, the figure of the Olympic victor remained a positive image. He summed up several values at once. There was physical excellence, obvious in the body. There was courage, shown in the willingness to step onto the track or into the ring, where everyone could see you win or lose. There was discipline, the long months of training hidden behind the short burst of public performance. And there was a sense of connection to the divine, because a win at Olympia was officially a sign that Zeus had favored you that day. When parents told children to work hard and to face challenges without fear, they often pointed to Olympic champions as examples. The games did not turn every athlete into a saint. There were cheats and braggarts, men who picked fights outside the ring or used their fame for selfish ends. But the structure of the festival, from the oaths sworn before the contests to the statues of shame at the stadium gate, tried to push the culture of sport toward fairness and honor. That effort, imperfect as it was, is part of what people think of when they talk about the Olympic spirit. It was not simply about who could run the fastest. It was also about how a community wanted to see itself reflected in the bodies and choices of the men who stood on the track. For more than 1,000 years, the Olympic Games returned to the Valley of Olympia like a tide that never failed. Empires rose, cities burned, new philosophies took shape, but every 4 years, men still gathered to run on the same strip of earth and to wrestle in the same dust. That endurance makes their ending feel almost abrupt. It did not come in a single dramatic moment, with trumpets and a formal announcement that there would be no more games. It came slowly, as the world around Olympia changed, and as the old gods lost their hold on the minds of the people who had once filled the stadium. The first big change was the arrival of Rome as the dominant power in Greece. When Roman armies conquered Greek cities in the 2nd century before the Common Era, they brought a new political order, but they did not immediately sweep away Greek festivals. In fact, many Roman leaders admired Greek culture. They studied its literature, copied its art, and attended its games. Olympia carried on. Roman citizens traveled down the same dusty roads that earlier Greeks had used, eager to see the famous races and to worship at the temples. Some emperors gave money to repair buildings and to add new structures. Under these patrons, the sanctuary gained fresh marble and new treasuries. At first, it might have seemed that Roman rule would actually strengthen the festival. Yet Rome also brought a different style of public spectacle. In Italian cities, people flocked not to simple earth tracks, but to stone amphitheaters to watch gladiators fight and wild animals attack criminals. The taste for displays of sheer blood and noise grew. Against that background, the more restrained contests at Olympia could begin to look old-fashioned. Some Roman emperors tried to make the Olympics more theatrical by adding events that suited their own interests. Nero, who ruled in the 1st century of the Common Era, is the most famous example. He loved music, acting, and personal display as much as he loved power. When he traveled to Greece, he entered multiple festivals as a competitor in singing and in chariot racing. At Olympia, he insisted on driving a 10-horse chariot, lost control, and fell during the race, yet still pressured the judges to declare him the winner. After his death, Greek officials quietly erased his name from the list of Olympic victors. The incident shows how the dignity of the Games could be bent when imperial ego collided with tradition. As the centuries moved on, the pressures on Olympia changed again. The Roman Empire faced invasions, economic strain, and internal conflict. At the same time, a new religion spread through its cities and countryside. Christianity taught a very different view of the gods and of what counted as proper worship. To Christian leaders, the sacrifices at pagan temples were not harmless old customs. They were acts that had to end. The statues of Zeus and Hera were not works of art, but idols. Athletic contests that honored these gods, especially when they involved public nudity and celebrations that could turn rowdy, were not things they wanted to support. There is debate among modern historians about exactly when the last ancient Olympic Games took place. But the late 4th century of our era is the key period. The Emperor Theodosius I, a committed Christian, issued laws against pagan cults. Temples lost imperial funding. Public sacrifices were banned. In this atmosphere, a festival built entirely around the worship of Zeus could not thrive. Even if there was no single decree that said in so many words that the Olympic Games were now illegal, the support that had kept them going for so long was stripped away. Without that backing, and with fewer and fewer people willing to travel to a pagan shrine, the cycle finally broke. There was a year when the heralds of Elis did not go out. The valley stayed quiet. The stadion filled only with weeds. What followed for Olympia itself was a long period of silence. The great statue of Zeus was taken away, probably to Constantinople, where it later vanished, perhaps destroyed in a fire. Earthquakes shook the region. The rivers shifted, flooding the site and covering ruins with mud and sand. villagers came and went nearby, but the precise location of the old stadium and temples faded from common memory. For many centuries, the Olympic Games survived only in books. Ancient writers had described them in detail. Scholars who could still read Greek copied those texts in monasteries and private libraries. They knew that once there had been a valley where men ran for a crown of olive and where cities agreed to a truce in order to send their best. But they could not point to the exact spot on a map. It was only in the 18th and 19th centuries that European travelers and archaeologists, armed with old texts and new curiosity, began to search seriously for ancient Olympia. They followed the descriptions of rivers and hills, dug into layers of earth, and slowly uncovered the outlines of the Temple of Zeus, the Temple of Hera, the Gymnasium, and finally the stadium itself. The long earth track emerged again, the same distance it had been when Koroibos sprinted along it. Stone starting lines came back into the light. The valley that had once fallen silent became busy again, this time with scholars, workers, and tourists instead of athletes. The rediscovery of Olympia did more than satisfy curiosity. It helped spark an idea. If the ancient Greeks had once gathered here from many cities to compete without weapons, could modern nations do something similar? In the late 19th century, a Frenchman named Pierre de Coubertin and his allies answered that question by creating a new Olympic Games. They chose Athens for the first modern festival in 1896. When runners stepped onto a new track and spectators filled new stands, they were not recreating the ancient games in every detail. The rules were different, the world was larger, and the athletes came from many cultures, including women who had once been barred from the old stadium. Yet the name they chose, and the ceremony of lighting a flame in Olympia before each modern games, show that the shadow of the ancient festival still stretches across time. Hi there, and welcome back to Dreamoria. Tonight, I'm going to tell you the entire story of Slavic mythology, from the gods in the sky to the spirits in the forests and rivers. If you enjoy falling asleep to these quiet stories, please like and subscribe. It is the easiest way to support the channel, and it helps more sleepy listeners find us. If you feel like sharing, you can always tell us in the comments, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? Thank you for being here, and for choosing to spend this part of the night in our little corner of the world. Now, let us begin. In the beginning, there was no forest to whisper, no mountain to cast a shadow, no village fire, no river curling through the dark. There was only water and sky. The water had no shore and no bottom, a heavy black ocean that went on forever. Above it, the sky was an empty vault without a single star to break its smooth, dark face. There was no up or down yet, only the slow heave of the primordial sea, and a silence so complete that even the idea of sound had not been born. This was the first state of the world in the stories of the Slavs. Not nothing at all, but a great, endless something, a cold and unshaped mass waiting for a will strong enough to give it form. From that stillness something stirred. It was not a flash or a roar. It began as a breath in the darkness, a thought that had no words yet but wanted very badly to be spoken. The storytellers say that above the water, in that lightless sky, a presence awoke and became aware of itself. This was Rod, the first god, the ancestor of gods and men, the one who would split the world into what is, what will be, and what has been. He did not rise from anyone else. He was not born from a mother or a father. He simply became, like a word that appears in the mind before it is spoken aloud. Rod looked down upon the black water and felt a vast loneliness. He knew, without knowing how he knew, that this was not how things were meant to remain. A god that is awake cannot live inside formlessness for long. So he did what all gods do in the old tales. He created. First, he spoke his own name. In many traditions, that is where power begins. When he said Rod, the word rolled over the water and the surface trembled. A ring of tiny ripples spread outward in all directions, and for the first time there was movement that did not come from the mindless swell of the sea. The sound of that single name reached into the deep and woke another presence that had been sleeping there in the cold gloom, small and hungry and clever. It rose toward the surface, like a bubble pushing through darkness, and when it broke through the skin of the water, it took a shape that Rod could see. Some call it the Dark One, others call it the Serpent, still others simply call it the Trickster. The stories never fully agree on his true name, and perhaps that is fitting for a being who slips so easily between forms. Rod watched as this second spirit pulled itself out of the water and shaped itself into something almost like a man, though its eyes were too bright and its smile a little too wide. It clung to the side of a small boat that had not existed a heartbeat earlier, a narrow craft of pale wood that now bobbed on the vast black sea. Whether Rod made the boat or the trickster made it, no one ever quite says. The important thing is that suddenly there was a place to stand, a little island of order in the middle of the endless, and two beings who knew that they were separate from the ocean beneath them and the sky above. They sat together in that fragile boat, Rod and the dark companion, as the endless water swayed around them. For a time they were silent, each measuring the other. It was the trickster who spoke first. The stories describe him as smiling, teeth white in the gloom, voice soft as the lap of water against wood. He asked Rod why he had called himself into being if he intended to sit forever in a boat on an empty sea. It was an insolent question. Gods are not often asked why they exist, yet Rod did not strike him for it. He looked at the black water and at the blank sky, and he admitted that he desired more. He wanted land under his feet, stars above his head, a place where things could live and die and change. It is a dangerous thing when a creator admits his longing. Creation tends to follow. The trickster leaned closer and confided a secret that was not yet a secret, because nothing had happened enough times for experience to exist. He claimed that he knew how to make land appear. Rod listened. The plan was simple, as the greatest tools often are. Somewhere deep beneath the surface of the endless sea lay the raw material of the world, the sand that could become earth if someone carried it up. Rod was the first, but he was not yet skilled in such work. The clever spirit offered to dive down for him. Rod agreed, because even gods, at the beginning of all things, sometimes trust what they should not. So the Dark One stood up in the boat, and without another word plunged into the black water. The sea closed over his head. He sank down and down, where the pressure crushed, and the cold grew sharp as knives, until he reached the bottom no one had ever seen before. There, the stories say, he found not a blank emptiness, but a bed of fine sand, bright and heavy and full of power. He scooped up a handful of it, and thought a thought that would mean nothing to anyone, but everything to him. If he brought it all back, the world would belong to Rod. If he kept a little hidden, there might one day be a corner of creation that was his alone. That is how it always begins with tricksters and devils in Slavic tales, not with outright rebellion, but with a secret handful of something tucked away. He rose back toward the surface with his fists full of sand and his mouth clenched shut, his cheeks puffed. He broke through the water with a gasp and climbed back into the small boat, dripping and triumphant. In his hands lay the first solid matter that had ever existed, grains that glittered faintly even in the dark. Rod took the sand without suspicion and spread it carefully over the surface of the water. As he did, the grains did not sink. They floated, then they thickened, then they knit together and grew. Before the boat, the first patch of land appeared, small but firm, an island in the endless sea. The hull scraped against it as the wave lifted them, and suddenly the boat ran aground. Rod stepped out and felt the new earth under his bare feet, rough and real. The first ground had been made. The clever spirit stepped out beside him, his face still strained as he held something in his mouth. No story says exactly how much sand he hid there. Some say just a pinch. Some say a whole mouthful stacked against his teeth like a smuggled treasure. It does not matter. What matters is that the betrayal had already begun. Rod, pleased with their work, lay down on the tiny patch of earth to rest. It had been a long labour, creating oneself and a companion and a first island in a single beginning. The god closed his eyes and slept, his head near one edge of the land and his feet near the other. The trickster watched him for a while, his tongue pushing against the grains of hidden sand, and something dark and eager grew inside him. He thought, if I push him off, this land will be mine alone. So he placed his shoulder against Rod and tried to roll him into the sea. But the moment he heaved, the island did not tilt or break. Instead, the edge that would have sunk stretched out. The land lengthened. What had been a narrow strip grew in that direction, pushing like a tongue into the black water. The trickster stumbled, surprised. He tried again from another angle, bracing his feet and shoving with all his strength against the sleeping god. Once more the island did not give. It expanded. It grew outward in a new direction, swelling and hardening, adding hills and ridges where there had been only flatness. It was as if every effort to be rid of, Rod only gave him more room to lie upon. If you imagine the world as a circle on a map, this is the moment the storytellers point to when they explain why the land has corners, why there are long stretches of plains in one place and mountain chains in another. The Dark One tried again and again to overturn the Creator, and each attempt pushed the edges of the island farther outward, creating north and south, east and west. Where he strained the hardest, the sand clumped and rose into ranges of stone. Where his strength faltered, the world spread thin and flat. In his mouth the hidden sand rubbed his gums raw, but he did not spit it out. Greed and envy held it there, the first unclean thoughts in a newborn cosmos. When Rod finally woke, he did not rise on a little island. He stood up on a broad stretch of land that reached farther than his eye could see, still bordered on all sides by the old Black Sea, but now already showing the curves of valleys and the bare bones of future mountains. He understood at once that something had happened while he slept. Gods who create are sensitive to shape. He also understood what his companion had tried to do. A creator can be patient, but there is a line even a patient god will not see crossed without anger. Rod looked at the trickster, saw the grains of stolen sand clinging to his lips, and knew that he was dealing not with a loyal helper, but with a rival already dreaming of his own kingdom. There are different versions of what happened next. Some say Rod spoke, and the words themselves were heavier than stone, pressing the betrayer down. Others say he stretched out his hand, and lightning appeared for the first time, white and fierce, lancing from the empty sky to the earth. The bolt struck the Dark One and hurled him from the surface, burning away his false human shape and revealing something older beneath, something scaled and coiled and full of hunger. He slipped into a crack that opened in the newborn ground and fell back toward the depths, not into water this time, but into a dark space beneath the land, a hollow realm that had not existed until the moment he needed somewhere to fall to. In that way, by punishment, the underworld was created. Rod stood at the edge of the new chasm and peered down. He did not see the Dark One, but he felt his presence below, sulking and plotting. The god understood that the world he had made could not be made empty of darkness. He could hurl a traitor down, but the traitor would still exist somewhere, forever pushing up from beneath. That was when Rod separated what had been one flat realm into three. Above him he raised the sky higher, turning the empty vault into the shining world of divine law and order. This he called Prav, the realm where the will of the gods would be clear and unbroken. Beneath his feet he fixed the middle realm, the world of things that could be seen and touched, of rivers and stones and living beings. This he called Yav, the realm of what is. And below, where the Dark One fell, where shadows pooled and strange roots reached down into unseen soil, he recognized the realm of what is hidden, of the dead and the not yet born. This was Nav, the underworld, a place he did not love but accepted as part of the whole. With that simple act of naming, the cosmos took on its structure. The sky above, the world in the middle, the deep dark below. The boat that had once floated on the endless sea was now stranded on a firm shore. The sea itself was no longer endless. It lapped against coasts and gathered into basins that would one day be called lakes and oceans. Rod walked the length and breadth of the land, his bare feet leaving marks that settled into the first riverbeds. Where his heel pressed, a spring burst forth and began to run. Where his palm rested on a hill, it rose higher. As he moved, he was not simply traveling. He was measuring, waiting, and blessing. Each step and touch taught the newborn world what it meant to be firm, to be fluid, to be high or low. The Dark One was not idle either. In the realm below, he explored caverns and hollows, claiming them as his own. He discovered that the sand he had hidden in his mouth had changed. It was no longer willing to float on water and rise to the surface. It had become heavier and more stubborn, rich and dark. He spat it out and watched it pile up in heaps of glistening black soil, veins of precious ore, pockets of shining crystals. These would become his treasures, hidden away under the feet of men and gods. He could not rule the wide world of Yav as he had dreamed, but he could become Lord of everything buried, everything forgotten, everything that lived in shadow. He had fallen, but in falling he had found a different kind of power. Rod knew that leaving him there meant trouble in the ages ahead. Light and dark rarely rest quietly side by side. But he also knew that without shadow, light is blinding and thin. A world with only one force is a world that cracks. So he did not seal Nav completely. Instead, he grew a great axis through all three realms, a living pillar that would touch sky and earth and underworld alike. Some call it a mountain that reaches up into the clouds. Others describe it as a vast tree, its crown in Prav, its trunk in Yav, its roots drinking from Nav. In later tales, this would be the place where the thunder god sits and the serpent god coils. But at this first moment, it was simply the backbone of the world, a way for forces to move and speak to each other without tearing the universe apart. Once the three realms were fixed and connected, Rod turned his attention back to the sky. It still lay empty, a roof without any pattern. He lifted his hands and scattered sparks from his fingers, and they flew upward and stayed there, becoming the first stars. They did not yet move in careful paths. They were more like campfires, seen from far away, reminders that even in the highest darkness there could be points of warmth and light. Looking up at them, Rod felt a kind of satisfaction that even gods rarely taste. He had taken a flat, endless sea and turned it into a world with shape and difference, with above and below, east and west. It was still silent, but it was no longer empty. Down on the surface, the air changed. Before, there had been nothing between water and sky. Now there was a breathable space, a soft and invisible substance that could carry sound and scent. Rod inhaled it and exhaled it, and with each breath the air learned to move. The first wind stirred, gentle at first, then stronger, sweeping over the new-formed hills and plains. They carved the edges of rocks and combed the faces of cliffs that had only just come into being. Later generations would personify these winds as their own deity, a grandfather of breezes and storms, but for now they were simply the breath of a lonely god. Rod did not remain alone for long. The act of creation had stirred something in him that could not be quieted. The more he shaped the world, the more images rose in his mind of other beings who could share the work. He imagined a god who would tend the sky fire, another who would ride the winds, another who would protect the moist earth and the work of human hands that would someday rise upon it. The names had not yet been spoken. Perun, Veles, Mokosh, Svarog, all were still like silhouettes behind a curtain, clear enough in outline that a god could see them, not yet clear enough that anyone else could call upon them. Rod knew that the world he had made would need caretakers, watchers, rulers, guardians, tricksters, lovers. No single being can hold every role without breaking. So he walked the length of Yav one more time, listening. In the curl of a new river, he heard the laughter of a future water spirit. In the stillness of a forest that had not yet grown, he felt the patience of a god who would one day govern roots and leaves. In the empty sky, he foresaw thunder that would one day split it open. Even in the underworld, in the sullen quiet where his betrayer lurked, he sensed the possibility of something more complex than mere malice, a necessary pull downward that would balance the striving upward of life. These were the raw thoughts from which the later pantheon would be formed. Night and day did not yet exist. There was only Rod working and resting, and the black water now parcelled into seas and lakes, and the stars pricking the sky whenever he wished to look upon them. Time itself was still soft. It did not flow in a tidy river, but gathered in pools and eddies around each creative act. In that softness, it is hard to say how long the first god walked the half-finished world before speaking the names of his children. The stories gloss over this because there are no human witnesses to report it, only the memory of the land itself, and land speaks slowly. What the tales agree on is that there came a moment when the world was ready to hold more than one mind. The sea had its basins, the sky had its fire seeds, the underworld had its coiled lord in the dark. The great tree or mountain stood with its roots deep and its crown high, binding everything together. The stages were built, the curtains were hung. Rod sat beside a river that had just learned to sing quietly over its stones and looked at his reflection in the water. He saw not only his own face, but the suggestion of other faces layered behind it, as if the world itself were offering him templates. He spoke again, not his own name this time, but a new word. That word was Svarog, and with it came the first of his children, who would light the forge of the heavens and shape the things that Rod had only sketched. Others would follow. A thunderer who would claim the high places and guard Prov with weapon in hand. A god of the deep earth who would walk in the shadows of Nav and grow horns and scales as he pleased. A mother who would hold the moist soil and the work of human hands in her care. A giver of sun, a stirrer of winds, a watcher of doors between night and day. But those are tales for another chapter. For now, the important thing is this. The world of the Slavs begins not with a finished pantheon marching in order across a perfect stage, but with a single god in a boat on a black ocean, a clever companion whose first act is betrayal, a handful of sand, and a struggle that stretches a tiny island into a vast world. It begins with the separation of realms, with the understanding that there must be a sky above and a darkness below and a fragile place in the middle where everything that matters will happen. It begins with the first breath, the first lie, The first punishment and the first acceptance that light and shadow are both here to stay. When Rod spoke the new name into the world, the air itself shuddered. It was not the raw first word that had birthed the sea and the sky, but something narrower and hotter, a name like a glowing coal. The sound of it seemed to ring against the empty stars. Svarog. The river beside Rod fell quiet, as if listening. The wind held its breath. For a moment nothing happened, and then the air above the water thickened, as if an invisible hand were twisting it together. A shape stepped out of that knot of brightness and took weight upon the young earth. Svarog stood there as if he had always been there. That is the way of gods called into being by a single word. He was not a youth, nor was he ancient. His hair was the colour of iron that has been in the fire and then plunged into water, dark with a faint shimmer. His hands were large, with long, clever fingers that already seemed to remember the weight of tools he had never held. When he breathed, the air smelled faintly of coal smoke and hot stone. In his eyes there was a steady, practical light. This was no distant dreamer like Rod had been at the beginning. This was a maker. Rod watched him with the complicated gaze of a father who has suddenly called a grown child into the room. There was pride in that look and a thin thread of unease. The first god had shaped land and sky with bare will and stolen sand. Svarog would do his work differently. This was a god who needed resistance, something to strike and bend and break and make anew. Where Rod saw the whole world at once, Svarog saw details. He looked up at the cold stars scattered like careless sparks and frowned. They were pretty, yes, but they were too small, too far, too weak to warm the land below. He looked at the rivers and the empty valleys, waiting for life, and shook his head. There was no fire in this world yet, not the right kind. Without it, nothing would ripen, nothing would cook, nothing would be forged. The first thing Svarog did was search for stone. He walked, while Rod watched, to the place where the world tree or world mountain rose from the new ground. Its lower slopes were naked rock, still showing the marks of Rod's hands, rough and raw. Svarog knelt and touched the stone. He pressed his palm against it, until a faint glow began to spread from his skin into the mountain. Under his touch, the rock softened just enough to be shaped. He dug his fingers into it as a potter digs into clay and carved out a wide cave near the base of the great axis, a hollow chamber whose walls were streaked with ore. This would be his first forge. When he stepped back, the cavern shone with a dull inner light. It was not yet a fire, it was potential. Svarog gathered fallen branches and laid them in the center of the stone floor. He spoke a few soft words that no one but he and Rod heard, and with those words he called down one of the stray sparks that still wandered in the sky from the moment Rod had scattered them. It fell like a tiny star, landed among the wood, and caught. Flame rose. Not the cold lightning of punishment that had hurled the Dark One into Nav, but a warm, living fire that clung to the sticks and ate them with a crackle and a sigh. This was the first hearth. Rod felt the heat on his face and understood that the world had changed again. Fire had appeared in it as friend, not just as weapon. In the chapters to come, men would gather around such flames and tell these stories, but for now the fire belonged to Svarog alone. He studied it with the patience of a master who has found his true material. He fed it, coaxed it higher, then tamed it back down, learning its moods. When he was satisfied, he reached into the stone of the mountain itself and drew out veins of glowing metal, red and gold and white, like the blood and bones of the very earth. He laid those on the fire, and they softened and ran. With his bare hands he shaped the molten stuff into the first tools. Out of that glowing metal, Svarog made a hammer that fit his grip so well it looked like an extension of his arm. He fashioned tongs that could hold anything without burning. He made an anvil, a block of impossibly dense stone that fell from his hand onto the floor with a sound like the end of the world. The impact shook the mountain and sent tremors up the trunk of the world tree. In the sky, the newborn stars trembled and rang in answer. Down in Nav, where the Dark One lurked nursing his anger, he felt the vibrations and understood that someone above had begun to build. Now that he had a proper forge, Svarog began to work in earnest. The heat grew fierce, roaring like a trapped beast in the cave, but he did not flinch. He raised the hammer and brought it down on the metal again and again, each strike sending showers of sparks into the air. Some of those sparks fled out through the mouth of the cavern and shot up into the sky, where they hung and cooled and became fixed lights. Thousands of them. In later ages, people would look up and tell each other that the Milky Way was the trail of sparks from Svarog's forge, frozen on the roof of the world. Out of the larger pieces of metal, he shaped more than tools. He was the first to imagine that the sky itself could be a crafted thing. He took a vast sheet of glowing white gold and beat it into a great disk. With careful blows he domed that disk and thickened its center until it looked like a shield large enough for a god, polished and radiant. He quenched it in water drawn from the deepest river, and when he lifted it again it burned with its own light, not the pale light of the stars, but a fierce golden blaze. This was the first sun. It needed a bearer. Svarog carried the sun disk up out of his forge and into the open air. Rod watched him climb the flank of the world mountain, that burning thing held in his hands like a newborn. When he reached the first plateau, he called out to his father and to the still forming wind. His voice rolled out over the empty land like distant thunder, though thunder as yet had no owner. He cried that the world would be cold and dead, without a great fire in the sky, but a fire that sat still in one place would scorch one side of the earth and leave the other in darkness. The sun must move. It must ride. Rod listened and nodded. He knew this too. He had not yet imagined the mechanism. That was why he had called Svarog into being. The smith took the sun and set it in a great chariot that he forged that very day, a wheel-bound frame of metal and light. He made horses for it as well, not beasts of flesh, but forms of flame and daylight, their manes bright as noon, their hooves sparks on stone. He needed someone to hold the reins. A different kind of god. One who loved the open sky and the feeling of movement. Svarog went back into his forge, and out of the smaller, brighter fragments of the same metal he had used for the sun, he shaped a new being. This one was slender and radiant, with hair like rays and eyes the color of dawn. When he exhaled, warmth spread through the cavern. The smith named him Dashbog, which means the giving god, for his role would be to pour light and life upon the world. Where Svarog was a maker who preferred the glow of coals and the steady rhythm of the hammer, Dashbog was all motion and grace. He accepted the chariot from his father with an eager smile. The first dawn was a clumsy thing. The horses had never run. The chariot had never rolled. Dashbog climbed aboard and gripped the reins, and for a heartbeat nothing happened, as if even the world itself were too startled to move. Then the horses bolted. The chariot shot forward, dragging the new sun across the sky in a blazing arc. The light that spilled from it struck the land like a blessing and a blow at once. Rocks glittered. River surfaces flashed with gold. The air warmed. In Rod's chest something eased that he had not known was tight before. This was what the world had been missing. Fire above to answer fire below. But the first day nearly ended in disaster. Dashbog, drunk on speed and light, drove his team too low. The edges of the world island began to char where the sun came too close. Svarog saw it, and with Rod beside him shouted. The call of the first god and the first smith together reached even that speeding chariot. Dashbog wrestled the reins upward with all his will. The horses reared, and the sun climbed, and the burning path that would later become a steady course jerked and shuddered. The chariot finally slipped behind the western rim of the world, plunging down toward the dark sea, and the light went out. The land screamed at the sudden loss. Everything that had been painted gold turned grey and then black. The river sang a softer song. The wind exhaled the last warmth and turned cool again. This was the first night. The gods stood on the mountain and looked at one another and at the empty sky. They had discovered by accident that the world needed not only light, but darkness. Creatures that would one day crawl and walk and think would need both. Work and rest. Growth and sleep. Fire and coolness. So the cycle of day and night began, not as a measured clock, but as the aftershock of a misjudged ride. Dashbog emerged, crawling from the sea, soaked but alive, dragging the sun disk like a wounded shield behind him. Svarog and Rod hauled him back up the slopes and listened to him babble with excitement about what he had seen, the curve of the earth, the way the light poured over peaks and into valleys, the strange feeling that at the highest point of his flight the world looked almost small. They could have punished him for scorching the edges of creation and for plunging them all into darkness. They did not. They told him instead to try again the next day, but to trace a more careful path. If you imagine that in those early times the sun wobbled and swung erratically across the sky, sometimes lingering long, sometimes darting too fast, you will be very close to the picture the old tales give when they speak of the world before it settled into its rhythms. Once Dashbog and his horses had rested, and Svarog had inspected the chariot for cracks, the smith went back to his forge. The The sky had fire now, but the world was still too still. It needed movement that was not light. It needed breath that was not Rod's alone. So Svarog drew out of the air, and the subtle currents he had felt while the sun raced overhead a thickening pressure, and he gave it shape. This time, what formed beside his anvil was an old man, lean and bony, with a beard like mist and hair that moved as if under water. When he opened his mouth, the sound that came out made the flames in the forge bend and the smoke curl sideways. Svarog named him Stribog, grandfather of winds. Stribog walked out of the cavern and onto the mountain slope and inhaled. The air rushed into him with a hiss. He held it for a moment, tasting every flavor of new world in it, and then he blew it out. The exhalation rolled down the mountainside and across the plains and rivers, stirring the water, combing the young grass, piling dust and stray grains of sand into little ridges. This was the first true wind that did not rise from Rod's lungs. Stribog laughed. His laugh was a gust. He realized that he could send soft breezes or violent gales, that he could carry clouds and cool the ground after a long day of Dashbog's burn. Rod saw that his children were beginning to fill in the gaps that he had left, and felt a mixture of relief and the melancholy that comes with knowing that one is no longer the only necessary being in the universe. He thought again of the dark god in Nav, who had been flung there by his wrath. Even that one, he realized, had a part to play. For what is a world of fire and air and light, without depth and shadow, and the mystery of what lies beneath the feet? So he called another name. This time he did not shape the god in the clean air of Prav or in the glow of Svarog's forge. He whispered it down the roots of the world tree, into the cracks in the hills, into the trickle of water that vanished into underground channels. Velis. The name went down like a stone dropped into a well. In the deep, where the Dark One had been pacing among his piles of rich soil and veins of ore, it exploded like a new vein of heat. Veles was not truly a new god. He was the old betrayer, given a more precise form and a place in the order of things. When the name reached him, his body twisted and grew. Horns sprouted from his brow. His shoulders broadened, fur spreading over them like a cloak. His legs grew heavy, hooved. His fingers thickened into claws that could dig and grasp. At will he could smooth his shape into something almost human or unravel into a serpent and a shadow. He felt the roots of the world tree brushing his back and the weight of the earth above pressing down, and instead of hating it, he smiled a slow, secret smile. This depth was his. The buried riches were his. Creatures that walked the middle realm would look up and praise the thunder god one day, but when they wanted wealth and cattle and hidden knowledge, it would be his name they muttered over cups of ale in the dark. He knew this in his bones. On the surface, Rod and Svarog both felt his answering laugh through the soles of their feet. It was not a comforting sound. Still, Rod did not take the name back. The time when he could unmake things so easily was passing. The more the world filled with beings and roles, the more it began to behave like a living story rather than a set of tools. You do not rip characters out of such a story without tearing the cloth. There was one more gap that cried out to be filled. The land had fire and light and air and shadow, but it did not yet have a presence that was of the soil itself, a power that was not above or below, but deeply and intimately of the middle realm. Rod thought of the moist ground beneath his bare feet, of the springs that bubbled up when his heel pressed down, of the way the world would someday need to bear not only grass and trees, but grain and children. He thought of his own loneliness at the beginning, so he spoke again, this time in a tone of voice as soft as rain soaking into ploughed fields. Out of the damp earth at his feet, a figure rose. At first it was only a shape like a woman made of mud and water, tall and thick and strong. As Rod and Svarog and even Strybog watched, her features became more clear. Her hair fell heavy around her shoulders like riverweed. Her hands were wide and capable. Her eyes were dark and deep and patient. She smelled of wet soil and wool and the steam that rises from hot bread. She shook herself, and the clinging clods fell away, leaving skin the colour of fertile ground. Rod named her Mokosh. When Mokosh walked, the places her bare soles touched became richer. Grasses sprang up behind her without her meaning to call them. Where her fingers brushed rock, moss followed in their trail. She went first to Svarog's forge and warmed her palms over the fire, not because she needed heat, but because she understood in some quiet way that one day people would gather there, and she would be there with them, watching their work. Then she went down the mountain to where a river bent to form a small natural clearing and knelt. She pressed her hands into the mud by the water and began to smooth it, humming under her breath. Without looking at Rod, she asked who would live here. He told her, not in strict detail, but in hints and half-formed ideas. There would be creatures that walked upright and carried burdens and made things and ruined things and wept and laughed and sowed and reaped. They would need someone to watch over their labor and their families, especially over the slow and dangerous work of carrying new life into the world. Mokosh listened. She said nothing for a long time. Eventually she nodded, as if accepting a task she had always known was hers, but had waited to have spoken aloud. From then on, the land beneath her, care was not just soil, but a promise. The young pantheon gathered at last, near the summit of the World Mountain. Rod stood at its highest point, with Svarog at his right hand and Mokosh at his left. Dashbog lounged not far away, his chariot tethered to a stone ring by glowing reins, the horses stamping and snorting little clouds of light. Strybog paced back and forth, restless, his beard blowing in winds that only he felt. Somewhere unseen, Veles coiled around the roots below, listening through the stone. The stars above flickered like the eyes of distant witnesses. This was the first council of the gods. Rod spoke to them, not as the all-powerful solitary maker he had been at the start, but as the first among many. He laid out before them the shape of the world as it stood, the three realms. The seas that still needed, shores and names, the forests that had yet to grow, the empty spaces where rivers could still choose their beds. He told them that he would not be the only one to guide all this. Each of them would have a domain and a duty. Svarog would keep the forge and the sacred fire and oversee the making of tools and the shaping of the sky. Dashbog would ride the sun and see that day and night followed one another in a steady rhythm. Strybog would send winds across plains and seas, carrying clouds and shaping weather. Veles, uninvited but heard, would be lord of the deep earth and the hidden, of cattle and wealth and oaths and the restless dead. Mokosh would care for the soil of Yav and for the labor and fate of those who would work it. They accepted these roles not as employees accept tasks in a tidy order, but as wolves accept woods and rivers accept valleys. The domains fit them. They were what they had been born from and for. Svarog looked at the sky and already imagined constellations as patterns hammered into a great dome. Dashbog glanced east, thinking of how to make his horses leap from that horizon each morning without tearing the sky. Stribog tested how hard he could blow without flattening the young mountains. Veles ran his claws through the veins of ore and smiled. Mokosh pressed her hand to the mountain rock and sent a shiver of growth running down its slopes. Yet there was one more presence waiting to be named. Rod felt it circling above, a potential that was not yet fixed. It was the taste of metal on the tongue in a storm. It was the tension that builds in the sky before lightning falls. It was justice and fury and the fierce joy of a fight. It was the need for someone to stand at the highest point and shout back at whatever dared threaten the fragile balance of the three realms. Rod drew in a deep breath and spoke one last name that day. Perun. The sky answered, before any form did. A low rumble rolled across the firmament, as if the clouds were clearing their throats. Then a blaze of light split the heavens. It was not the warm light of Dashbog's sun. It was white and searing, a crooked spear of fire that lanced from cloud to mountaintop and struck a huge oak that had just begun to grow there. The tree burst into flame and then stood, blackened and smoking, but unbroken. Out of the smoke stepped a figure. Perun was tall and broad-shouldered, with hair the color of storm clouds and a beard like dark rain. His eyes were the harsh blue-gray of distant thunderheads. In his fist he held a weapon that looked at first like a hammer, and then like an axe, and then like a stone, as if it could be any of these depending on who was looking and what was needed. The air around him smelled of ozone and wet earth. He planted his feet on the highest rock of the world mountain and looked around at the gathered gods and at the distant line where the sea met the sky. His gaze lingered for a moment on the blackened trunk of the oak he had just struck and then lifted to the clouds, already gathering above him like loyal hounds. Rod saw in him both a son and an answer. The world needed fire from above, and Dashbog gave that. It needed the softer movement of air, and Strybog tended that. It needed the deep shadow, and Veles had claimed that. But it also needed a guardian who would stand in the breach when chaos rose, who would split the sky to remind everyone that there were laws here now, ordained in Prov and carried out in Yav. Perun was that. The other gods greeted him in their ways. Svarog nodded with the respect of one craftsman for another, because he could see in Perun's weapon the same metal he himself had worked, now changed by another hand. Dashbog grinned, sensing in this Stormbringer a fellow lover of the wide sky. Strybog circled him like a curious dog, gusts swirling around the new thunder god and ruffling his hair. Morkosh watched him quietly, calculating what his storms would do to her fields, how his rains would feed her soil, how often his lightning would split her trees. Below, Veles listened and bared his teeth, already thinking of ways to test and taunt this loud newcomer. Perun looked down through the rock and root and met that unseen gaze with one of his own. For a heartbeat, the world held two wills in perfect opposition, one above and one below. No one spoke. The first tension between them stretched like a cord. It did not snap that day. It settled into place, ready to be tugged in times to come. The story of their struggle would shape storms and seasons and the way people understood every clash in their own lives. The sun moved. Strybog sent a soft breeze across the mountain. Morkosh crouched and splayed her fingers over the soil, feeling it vibrate with the presence of so many powers. Rod stepped back, not in fear, but in a strange, profound relief. He had called the world into being. Now the world had others who would keep it moving, who would argue and clash and love and build and sometimes break and then mend. Creation had shifted from being a solitary task to a shared burden. Far below, in the liquid dark of Nav, Veles ran his hand over the flank of some unseen beast of the deep and began to plan. Far above, in the bright chill of Prav, Perun rolled his shoulders and lifted his weapon, testing the weight. Between them lay Yav with its rivers and plains and future forests, its empty villages waiting to be built, its people not yet born. The forge of heaven was lit. The first gods stood in their places. The story was no longer a simple tale of one maker and one betrayer. It had become a cast of characters, each with desires and duties, each ready to pull the world in a different direction. In the high places of the world, where the air was thin and sharp, and the clouds moved like great slow herds across the sky, Perun chose his seat. The world mountain rose out of the land like the spine of a buried giant, its summit crowned with a single oak that had survived his first strike of lightning and carried the scar of it in its blackened bark. Perun stood beneath that oak, boots planted in the stone, and claimed it without ceremony. He was not a god of long speeches. His very presence felt like a storm held in human form, the restless charge before thunder bursts. Around him, the sky responded. Grey banks of cloud gathered, not as a curtain to block him from sight, but as a cloak that wrapped his shoulders. When he breathed, mist curled. When he flexed his hand on the haft of his weapon, distant sparks flickered where sky met land. Far below that summit, in the hidden chambers of Nav, Veles also found a place that felt like his own. The underworld was no simple pit of fire. It was a many-chambered realm, full of caverns and slow rivers that ran through rock, full of roots that reached down like curious fingers from the world above. In one of those deep halls, where the ceiling glimmered with pale crystals and the floor was carpeted with rich dark soil, Veles lay coiled around a hoard that was entirely his. There were veins of copper and silver and gold there, seams of salt, lumps of iron ore, fossil bones turned to stone, skulls that once belonged to beasts and men. Above his hulking animal shape, small lights drifted like will-wisp lanterns. He could feel, always, the weight of the world pressing down from above, could hear through the rock the distant rumble that marked Perun shifting his stance on the mountain, that marked Svarog raising his hammer, that marked Dashbog's chariot beginning its daily climb. He knew he could not sit on the highest peak, but he could own everything beneath it. Between these two seats of power stretched Yav, the visible world of mortals and growing things. It was here that their rivalry would play out. It would be easy to imagine that they simply hated each other, that light despised dark and sky despised depth. The truth in the old stories is more complicated and more interesting. Perun needed something to push against, some resistance that would make his thunder meaningful. Veles needed someone to rage against, some boundary he could test and break and rebuild, so that his realm would never grow stale. Their hatred, if hatred it can be called, was also a kind of dependence. At first there was no war, only wary awareness. Perun spent his days learning the reach of his strength. He hurled bolts of white fire into the empty sky and watched how far they could leap. He slammed his weapon against flat rock and split it, listening to the way the crack sounded as it ran down into the depths. He learned that his favorite tree, the oak on the mountain, did not die from his strikes, but hardened and twisted. Its grain burned into patterns like writing. This was pleasing. He began to watch the young forests that Mokosh coaxed up from the soil, marking out the tallest oaks as his own. He was not a subtle god. He preferred high places that everyone could see. Veles, meanwhile, explored the low and the hidden. He swam through underground lakes where pale fish flickered and vanished. He moved along the roots of the world tree and felt where they pushed into rivers and ponds in the land above. Wherever water widened, he left a little of himself. Snakes began to appear on muddy banks. Bulls grazed in the dark meadows of Nav and on the pasturelands of Yav when cattle finally came into existence. Veles liked creatures with horns and hooves, creatures whose breath steamed in the chill morning air and whose flesh was heavy and valuable. They belonged to him in a way that he did not bother to explain to anyone. Wealth attracted him. So did the soft shining of coin and jewel. In later ages, when men began to tally their herds and bury treasures, it would be his whisper in their ear, urging them to hide a little from the neighbors and the gods. The first open clash between sky and underworld came, not as some grand decision in a council of gods, but from a theft. That is how it often begins in Slavic stories, with something stolen and someone enraged. In the early times, when the gods still walked openly through Yav, Perun owned a great herd of divine cattle. These were no ordinary beasts. They grazed on cloud and mist on the high slopes of the world mountain, their coats white as fresh snow or dark as thunderheads, their horns tipped with shining light. When they moved, Their hooves left prints in the air itself, and the sound of their bells was like distant rolling thunder. Perun loved this herd in the way a warrior can love the only soft thing he owns. They were his wealth, his pride, and his solitude made flesh. Veles looked up from the shadowed world below and saw them. From where he lay in Nav, the cattle above looked like drifting bright shapes through the stone, moving slowly along the mountain. To a god of the underworld and livestock, this was a temptation almost too perfect. He told himself that Perun had more than he needed, that the sky god cared more for the flash of lightning and the crash of battle than for the slow, quiet work of tending herds. It would not truly hurt anyone if a few of those shining cattle came down to graze in the rich meadows of the underworld. He could take them, the world would not end. Besides, he added, as tricksters always do, it would be amusing to see the proud Thunder, Lord Thunder, with something other than self-importance for once. So Veles began to climb. He did not do it in his full, horned and furred shape. That would have drawn Perun's eye at once. Instead, he took the form of a serpent, long and sinuous, his scales slick as wet clay. He slithered up the roots of the world tree, coiled through cracks in the mountainside, and emerged at last among the high meadows where the sky cattle grazed. The air there was thin and electric. His tongue tasted the charge of Perun's presence like salt. The herd snorted and shifted, uneasy, but they did not flee. Perhaps they had never seen such a serpent before. Perhaps they did not understand yet that the underworld had teeth. In some tellings of the story, Veles steals the cattle themselves, thick-necked and snorting, driving them with soft hisses toward the cracks in the rock that lead back down. In others, he steals something even more precious, one of Perun's children, or even the Thunderer's radiant wife, leading them away with honeyed words and illusions. There are village songs where people swear that Veles took Perun's golden son and hid him in the roots of a tree, and that thunder is the sound of a desperate father calling for his lost child. Myth, like river water, takes different paths through the same valley. What matters is that something beloved is taken from the heights and carried downward into places where light does not reach. The moment Perun understood what had happened, the sky changed. It had been a clear day. Thin white clouds drifted, peaceful as Perun's cattle. Then they stopped drifting and began to gather. The blue of the sky darkened, as if a bruise spread across its face. Birds went quiet. On the mountain, the oak trembled and dropped a shower of leaves. Perun himself felt something in his chest that was not the calm readiness of a warrior, nor the steady attention of a guardian. It was a hot, cold spike of outrage that turned almost at once into resolve. His hand closed on his weapon. He did not call a council. He did not send a messenger. He strode toward the edge of the summit and looked down into the world. From that height his eyes were like fire. They saw the path the serpent had taken, even though Veles had been careful, even though he had hidden among roots and stones and the nesting places of small birds. Perun saw the faint shimmer where his cows had passed, or where the stolen child had been dragged. He saw how the trail slipped into a cleft in the rock and vanished there, going down, down, down. He understood at once who was responsible. Veles, The name tasted bitter in his mouth. When he raised his arm, the clouds answered. The first bolt of true thunderfire flew from his hand and struck the mountainside. Rock exploded. Trees splintered. A shower of blazing fragments rained down into the valley below. Men and women were not there to see it yet, but spirits were. Leshy, the guardians of the forest, watched from thickets that had only just grown. The river sprites known later as Rusalki peered up through crystal pools and saw the sky itself opening in fury. Even Makosh felt it in her bones as she worked in the lowlands, her fingers pressing seeds into damp soil. She paused and looked up, eyes narrowing. This was not Svarog's forge fire. This was something wilder. Veles, with his stolen wealth pushing at his back, felt the strike too. The shock of it ran through the mountain and into his body where it hugged the rock. He cursed softly, not in fear, but in annoyance. Perun was quicker to anger than he had hoped. He hurried his steps, slithering deeper. The path narrowed and widened again. Water dripped from the roof of the tunnel, cold and mineral. The stolen cattle lowed in panic, their bellies scraping the stone. The stolen child, if you prefer that version, clung to his pale neck, eyes wide in the dark. Veles soothed them with murmurs, promises of rich lower pastures, of safety from the harshness of the sky. He did not believe his own words entirely, but they did not need to be true. They only needed to keep his prizes moving. Above, Perun began the hunt in earnest. If you imagine the sky as a great uneven shield, then each thunderbolt is a blow of his axe upon it. Where he strikes, the charge runs down into the world. He followed the path of his stolen things, the way a hound follows scent, not with nose, but with an instinct for imbalance. Wherever Veles had passed, something small was out of place. A stone was turned. A puddle was stirred. A young tree leaned in the wrong direction. Perun saw these signs without thinking, and hurled his weapon again and again, splitting rocks, blasting stumps, turning whole stands of oak into charred monuments. Veles knew this pattern better than anyone. He had felt the first blow that cast him into Nav. He had tasted the bitter metal of that lightning in his own transformed bones. So as he fled, he used the one advantage he owned. He changed. One moment he was a serpent, sliding along the underground path. The next he was a great horned bull, crashing through a hidden cavern and taking a completely different route among the pillars of stone. When that form grew too large for the narrowing cracks, he became a wolf, his paws silent as shadow on the damp rock. At one point, to fool Perun's watching eye, he left a decoy, a shallow image of himself woven of mist and echo, and hurried in the opposite direction as a simple toad, squat and harmless and dull. There is a motif in almost every Slavic tale of this rivalry. Veles never meets Perun in open battle. That is not his way. He is not a god of fair fights. He is a god of bargains and tricks and sideways moves. He moves from form to form, from place to place, never lingering where a straight strike could find him. Perun never pretends to be anything but what he is. He does not disguise himself. He does not sneak. He simply pursues, relentless, hurling down more thunder. From below, the people who would one day live in wooden villages until narrow strips of soil between forest and marsh would see these events in the sky and hear them in the bones of the earth. Long after men had entered the tale, when storms rolled across their land, they would say that Perun was chasing Veles again, striking at him as he tried to hide in hollow trees or in the bellies of black clouds, in church bells or in roof beams. When lightning hit a barn and the cattle within perished, they would mutter that Veles had gone there first, and Perun had aimed for him and gotten the beasts instead. It was cruel, yes, but it meant that the gods were still active, still working out their ancient quarrel right above the fields where people lived. In those early days before mankind, the chase ended in a place where Yav met Nav most closely. Veles fled out of the dry underworld tunnels into a huge cavern where a river burst from a crack in the rock and poured downward in a roaring white curtain. He plunged into that falling water, his body twisting back into serpent shape to cut the current. The stolen cattle splashed after him in panic, their hooves scrabbling on the slippery stone. The stolen child clung and sobbed. Beyond the curtain of water lay a passage even deeper and darker, a domain where Perun's lightning could not easily reach. Veles gave a hiss of triumph, feeling the cool embrace of his own element sheltering him. Perun saw him from above. He stood on a rocky outcrop, rain lashing his face, looking down into the gorge carved by the same river farther along in its flow. He understood that Veles was trying to disappear into the double realm of earth and water where thunder was blunted. For a moment, just a heartbeat, he considered letting the serpent go. The cattle would be lost. The child would grow up learning Veles songs instead of his. The insult would be permanent, yet the world would not end. The three realms would continue to turn. There is always that moment in such tales when a god could choose restraint and does not. Perun raised his hand and called all the charge of the storm into it. The bolt that fell then was greater than any he had thrown before. It tore through cloud and air and plunged straight into the crown of the world tree. The great trunk shuddered. Its branches flared with ghostly blue light. The current ran down through root and sap and stone, seeking the place where Veles hid. It found the underground river, leaped into it, and raced along its course, turning the water for an instant into a liquid path of light. It struck the cavern behind the waterfall and blasted it wide open. The curtain of water exploded outward into steam. Veles screamed as the charge ran through his many-layered body, through serpents and bulls and wolves and men and all the forms he had ever taken. The stolen cattle bawled and dropped to their knees. The stolen child fainted, his hair briefly standing on end like a halo of fire. When the light cleared and the water crashed down again, the cavern had changed. Its walls were fused into glass in some places. Its floor was cracked and pitted. Veles lay half in and half out of the pool, smoke rising from his nostrils. For a moment he seemed as lifeless as stone. Then he moved, slowly, very slowly, and pulled himself fully back into Nav, dragging what he could of his horde with him. He had not been killed. Perun's power was great, but it could not erase a force so deeply woven into the fabric of the world. It could only drive it back. Perun climbed down into the ravaged gorge, not as a slender youth with a shining chariot, but as a grim warrior, his beard soaked, his cloak torn by the wind. He gathered his lost cattle, soothed them with heavy hands, and led them back toward the slopes of the World Mountain. If a child or a wife had been taken, he lifted that fragile body in his arms and carried it upward, his jaw set. Behind him the river foamed, still carrying echoes of the thunderbolt. Above him, the storm began slowly to thin. Somewhere far away, Strybog turned his head and sent a softer wind to blow the darkest clouds apart. The hunt was over for the moment. What remained was not peace. It was a pattern. Perun knew now, with the certainty of experience, that Veles would always covet what was high and bright. Veles knew now, with the lingering ache of burned flesh, that Perun would always answer his thefts with violence. Neither was willing to change. So the world settled into the uneasy rhythm of their rivalry. Every year there would be droughts when Veles would hoard the waters, pulling them into his secret channels deep below, fattening his cattle in the dark while the fields above cracked and begged for rain. And every year there would be storms when Perun would ride the sky and drive the water out of the underworld, hurling bolts that shattered tree and hill and sometimes homes, in order to restore the balance and let the rain fall. When people finally did appear in the story, when the first Slavic tribes cleared small spaces in the forests and built their fenced villages and set up wooden idols on hills, they inherited this ancient quarrel already in progress. They did not see the first theft of cattle. They did not see the cavern blasted into glass. They saw only the sky splitting and the earth shaking, and felt, deep in their ancestral memory, that this was more than mere weather. So they built temples to Perun on high hills, near old oaks that had scars of fire on their trunks. They carved him with a beard and a weapon, surrounded by horses and doves and armed retainers. At river crossings and marsh edges, in places where the ground was uncertain and the water hid secrets, they left gifts for Veles, calling him Volos in some lands, god of cattle and wealth and oath-keeping. When they made sworn promises, they invoked both names, knowing that Perun would strike down an oath-breaker from above and Veles would twist his fortunes from below. In this way, the rivalry between sky and underworld flowed into every corner of their lives. A farmer who heard thunder over his field could imagine that Perun was chasing Veles across his plot, that each lightning strike was one more blow in a feud that began before any plough touched that soil. A herder who lost a cow in a sudden illness might mutter that Veles had taken his due, that the animal had been called back into the god of cattle. A warrior standing on a battlefield under a brewing storm might lift his spear high and shout Perun's name, hoping that the thunder god would notice and send his anger into the enemy ranks instead. Above them all, on the scorched crown of the World Mountain, Perun would stand beneath his oak, listening to the earth. Below them all, in the rich silent halls of Nav, Veles would coil among his treasures, listening to the same vibrations from the other side. Between them lay Yav, with its forests full of leshy, its rivers haunted by rusalki, its houses watched by small spirits crouched behind stoves. The world was no longer a neutral stage. It was a field of tension stretched between two immense and opposing wills. When the thunder of Perun and the low grumble of Veles had settled into their uneasy rhythm, when storms no longer tore the world apart, but instead rolled across it like great breathing beasts that came and went with the seasons, the sky itself began to grow more intricate. At first it had been only a vault of blue in the day and a black roof pricked with careless sparks at night, a stage for Dashbog's fiery flight and little more. Now, under the slow, patient attention of the gods, it became crowded with purpose. The Slavs who would one day look up from their fields and forests would not see an empty ceiling above their heads. They would see a living court, an ever-turning procession of bright beings who watched, guarded, judged, and sometimes played cruel or tender games with the world below. Dashbog himself was the first to feel the need for order. After the early wild days when his chariot had wobbled and lurched, when sometimes the sun hung too long over the world and sometimes plunged too quickly, he learned the path that suited the land. He rose in the east, climbed toward the zenith, and sank into the west along a curve that his horses could remember. The gods measured the length of that journey and called it a day. Svarog, who loved structure the way a smith loves a good pattern in metal, set marks along that invisible road. He forged faint lines of force that only the heavenly beings could see, guide rails of light that kept Dashbog from straying too high or low. The sun god, restless by nature, grumbled at being so guided, but the world beneath him sighed with relief. Crops cannot ripen in chaos. Rivers cannot find their way to the sea if half the year is boiled to steam and the other half frozen under a sun that sulks behind the hills. Yet even with the path fixed, Dashbog's work was lonely. Each morning he rose from the far eastern sea, where he spent the night in a palace of red gold at the edge of the world, and each evening he drove, exhausted, into the dark waters of the west, trading the sky for a road through the underworld so that he could return unseen to his starting point. The journey through that western gloom, where Nav and the surface world nearly touched, was perilous. Unseen things clawed at the wheels of his chariot. Shadowy hands reached out to pluck a ray from the sun disk to dim it forever. In the early days, he fought his way through alone, teeth gritted, horses foaming, his only company the hiss of the dark water and the low murmur of Veles, who enjoyed having the giver of light pass so close to his realm. It was Rod who finally decided that a guardian would be needed, or perhaps it was Dashbog himself who begged for a companion. Either way, the answer came in the form of a star. The Slavic peoples had many names for dawn, but one of the most ancient is Zoria, the Shining. When Rod spoke that name for the first time, it fell not on earth or in water, but into the thin air at the very margin of night and day. There, where the black of the sky was already just starting to soften, a figure rose as if she were being breathed out of the darkness by the approaching light. At first, she was only a brightness, a single star that burned more fiercely than its fellows. Then she unfolded like a flower. She was young, slender, and tall, with hair the color of the very first ray that breaks over a horizon, and eyes that held the faint pallor of the morning sky before it is dyed blue. The eastern breeze took hold of her long robe and turned it into a little banner of pale gold. The gods looked at her and knew that the face of dawn would never again be just light. It would be a person, and a person could watch, could speak, could care. This was Zoria Utrenyaya, the morning star, the first of the star maidens. Her home would be at the gate of the eastern sky, at the place where the road of Dashbog's chariot rose from the underworld sea and climbed into the view of the world. No one had realized there was a gate there until she appeared beside it, slender hands resting on its invisible bars. Her task was simple and enormous. Each morning she was to awaken the gate, unlock it with a gesture, and swing it wide so that Dashbog could ride through. More than that, she was to look upon the face of the returning sun god after his night passage and see if there were marks on him that did not belong to him. A scratch from some underworld beast. A missing spark that might hint that something had been stolen. A weariness that came from more than the simple toil of a god doing his duty. If she saw any of these things, she was to warn him and to call, if need be, upon Perun or Svarog or even Rod himself. In that way, the first line of defense against the darkness below was not thunder or fire, but the quiet, watchful gaze of a maiden who greeted the day. Often, in the stories that old women would later tell on long winter nights, Zoria Utrenyaya and Dashbog are lovers. It is perhaps inevitable. She is the first light of his day, the one who sees him before anyone else does, when he is still half cloaked in night and fumes of the underworld. In some songs he arrives at the gate bruised and smoke-stained, and she lays a cool hand against his cheek, smoothing away the marks. In others, their relationship is more formal, more like that between a devoted attendant and a proud yet weary lord. However people chose to frame it, the cosmic fact remained. Without her, dawn would be a blind, mechanical lifting of the sun over the edge of the world. With her, it became an event, a meeting, a moment that could be welcomed. Balance demands symmetry. If there is a maiden at the eastern gate to open the road for Dashbog, there must be another at the western gate to close it when he is gone. So in time there appeared a second Zoria, born of the same breath in which Rod had spoken the first name, but settling at the other end of the sky. Zoria Vechernyaya, the evening star, emerged in the deepening blue just after the sun had fallen. Her hair was darker than her sister's, deep copper and crimson braided together, like the streaks of sunset on the underside of clouds. Her gown was the dusky violet of a sky that is almost night. While her sister greeted the brightening world, this Zoria stood at the western gate with keys in her hand, smiling a little sadly as Dashbog's chariot came rattling in, horses blowing hard. She listened to his account of the day, which was often less about the turning of the world and more about whatever small insult or triumph had caught his eye. The gods are not above pettiness in these stories. She soothed his temper when he complained that Strybog had raised too much dust over a plain, or that Perun had filled the sky with storm clouds that stole all the applause. She watched carefully as he plunged the chariot off the edge and into the hidden road, making sure no malignant underworld thing clung to the rails or the horses' tails. Then she shut the gate behind him and locked it with a click that could be heard only by those who knew how to listen. The Slavs would later say that the first star they saw in the evening was the eye of Zoria Vechernaya, looking down to make sure the world settled properly into night. Some traditions speak of a third Zoria, one who stands at midnight. Zoria Polonochnaya is more shadow than light. She does not show herself often. When she does, she is as pale and still as frost on a winter window pane, hair black as a moonless sky, eyes filled with far-off starlight. Her place is not at a gate in the sky, but at the very point where the day is split in half, at the pivot on which the night turns. If you imagine the hours as a circle, she is the point directly opposite noon. Her duty is to stand guard when even gods are inclined to sleep. While Zoria Utrenyaya watches Dashbog rise and Zoria Vechernaya watches him set, Zoria Polonochnaya listens for the creak of chains around the neck of a beast that must never be allowed to move freely. For there is something else in the Slavic sky, besides sun and moon and stars, something dangerous and always hungry. Near the still place in the heavens that others call the North Star, the Slavs imagined a great spectral hound chained to that immovable point. In some tales he is a dragon, with wings like tattered banners and jaws, big enough to swallow constellations. In others, he takes the more humble shape of a huge dog or wolf, with eyes that burn cold. His name varies from region to region, and sometimes he is fused with the figure of Simagol, a winged dog or lion that accompanies the gods of the sun. What does not vary is his desire. He wants to break his chain and devour the sky. You can see the logic in it, if you think like a storyteller who has spent long nights staring up at the stars. There is that one fixed point in the north, around which everything else appears to turn. If you imagine a massive creature tethered there, you picture it straining and circling, pulling as hard as it can, while the chain groans. The Zoria sisters are, among other things, the keepers of that chain. Zoria Utrenyaya checks the links when she opens the eastern gate, her pale hand brushing along the line of light that runs across the heavens. Zoria Vechernaya inspects it when she closes the western gate, making sure no link has cracked under the strain of a day. Zoria Polonochnaya watches it at the only time when everyone else is most likely to be inattentive. The three of them together make sure that the beast at the center of the sky never quite succeeds in his slow, patient work. The Slavs said that if the chain ever broke entirely, the hound would leap among the stars and devour them, starting with the great wagon that people in other lands call the Great Bear. Darkness without stars would fall, a darkness so complete that even Dashbog's sun chariot would not be able to find its road at dawn. It is a simple and terrible image, the end of all visible order. So when people saw the shifting bands of dim light, sometimes dancing near the horizon at high latitudes, when they saw unusual flickers or wandering stars that did not behave as they should, they could whisper that the chain was straining, that the star maidens had a hard night ahead. While all this played out above, the moon came into his own, quieter dominion. Mysiats, the moon, was not born in a flash like Perun, nor forged like the sun. His origin myths are softer and more tangled. In some tales, he is a brother to Dashbog, a second son of Svarog, made of the cooler metal and set to rule the night. In others, he is a wandering male spirit who wooed the sun herself and was punished for loving what he could never truly have. What remains constant is that he is male, which surprises people raised on other mythologies where the moon is often a goddess. The Slavs looked up and saw in that calm silver face not the fertility of a mother, but the quiet thoughtfulness of a man walking alone. The moon does not blaze like the sun. He reflects and softens. His light allows things to be seen without revealing them completely, which is a quality that fits well with the work of spirits and witches and all those who thrive in ambiguity. The phases of Mircea gave the old storytellers much to work with. When he is full, round and bright, they said he was in favour with his kin, plump with their goodwill. When he wanes, thin to a crescent, they said he had fallen afoul of the sun or of the star maidens, that some quarrel in the celestial family had left him battered, his light torn away piece by piece. One persistent legend says that Mircea was married to Zoria, or in some places to the sun goddess herself, and that his dalliances with other stars earned him repeated beatings. Each month he swells with regained grace, and then is struck again, a cycle written in the sky so plainly that even illiterate shepherds could read it. There is a deeper undercurrent to these tales. The moon does not keep the same strict path as the sun. He wanders a little. He rises at different times. Sometimes he is up in the afternoon, pale and distracted, as if he has forgotten his own schedule. Sometimes he is invisible for nights at a stretch, dark new moon crossing the sky unseen. To people who live close to nature, such behavior suggests a being with moods, a god who sometimes keeps quiet company with lovers and travelers, who sometimes hides his face to give the world a truly black night for certain magic to take place, who sometimes grows large and spills his calm light over snow and water so that no one can pretend that the world has ever been completely tamed. The interactions between sun and moon offered endless fodder for explanation. Eclipses, rare and unnerving, demanded story. If the sun vanished in the middle of the day, people said that the hound at the north had managed for a moment to sink his teeth into the burning disk, that the Zorias were fighting desperately to yank it back. If the moon turned red during an eclipse at night, they whispered that he had wandered too close to the borders of Nav, picking up the colour of blood from the rivers there, or that Veles himself had breathed upon him. It was never simply a matter of shadow and angle. It was family drama, cosmic conflict, and the brief triumph of the things that normally lurked outside the circle of steady light. Beneath all these narratives lies a practical observation. The Slavic lands sit where winters are long and nights are deep. People who live there get used to looking up. The sky tells them when to sow and when to reap, when to travel and when to stay close to the stove. The constellations they traced were often tied to their own lives. They did not always see bears and lions in the patterns. They saw ploughs and wagons, the tools and vehicles that shaped their days. That bright curved line of stars in the north, that other cultures called a bear, became for them a cart, moving eternally across the sky, pulled by invisible oxen. The Milky Way could be a heavenly road of souls, or the spilt grain from the bag of a careless celestial farmer. In all of these, Dashbog and Mysiats and the Zorias played their roles, not as distant abstractions, but as members of a powerful extended family whose quarrels and affections had direct consequences for the frost line and the timing of spring floods. Even Perun and Veles found themselves woven into this bright tapestry. When thunderheads rolled in and swallowed the sun, it was said that Perun was advancing across the sky with his army, chasing Veles, who had once again crept up from the roots to steal something. The lightning would split clouds that had a moment earlier looked innocent and reveal for an instant the hidden architecture of the storm. The Zoria sisters could do little in those moments besides stand at their gates and watch. They did, however, make sure that when the storm broke and the sky cleared, the sun could find its road again and not be left wandering. When lightning struck a tree or a house and set it ablaze, villagers might say that Perun had aimed at Veles, hiding there, and had missed. When the smoke cleared and night fell, they would look up at the first appearing star and whisper a small greeting to Zoria Vechernaya, grateful that at least she was constant. There were nights when the sky over the Slavic lands seemed crowded with meanings. The full moon rode high, silvering the snow. The Milky Way stretched from horizon to horizon, a faint white bridge. The constellation of the wagon wheeled slowly toward the north, eternally just out of reach of the chained beast. The faint flicker of aurora gathered near the horizon, suggesting unseen battles among the gods of the upper air. In a clearing far below, humans gathered around a fire, telling these very stories, mapping their own fears and hopes onto the glittering canvas above. A girl might whisper a secret wish to the morning star, asking for a good husband. A mother might peek out at the evening star and murmur a prayer for her son's safe return from war. A shepherd might watch the changing moon to guess the weather for his flocks. Without needing to write it down, each of them understood that they lived under a sky that was not empty, but fully inhabited. In that way, Dazbog and Mysiats and the Zorias were more than pretty ornaments. They imposed a sense of order on things that could easily have felt random. They divided time into smaller pieces than the great sweeps of season that Jarilo and Murano would rule in their tragic dance. They gave names and faces to the daily certainty that the light would return, that night would come gently, that the dark at midnight was watched over by someone who did not sleep. They set a pattern of guardianship, of sisters who keep chains in good repair, of brothers who ride their appointed paths even when they would rather do something else. It is no coincidence that in many Slavic fairy tales, the heroes and heroines navigate their fates by following stars or by recognizing personifications of dawn and dusk who offer advice. The myths of the radiant sky trained generations to read the heavens as a kind of text written by gods who, while distant, were not uninterested. And so the world above the clouds became a second theatre layered over the first. On the lower stage, Perun and Veles thundered and plotted. Mokosh tended the soil and the work of women. Svarog hammered, and Dashbog scorched, and Stribog blew. On the higher stage, the sun traced his curve. The moon drifted. The constellations wheeled, and the star maidens kept their silent watch over the chained beast at the center. The two levels were not separate. They informed each other. A drought might be read as Veles hoarding water, but it was also a matter of Dashbog's chariot blazing in an unclouded sky day after day without relief. A flood was Perun driving the rain out of Nav, but also the work of Strybog sending clouds to pile and burst, and the sigh of Zoria Vecharnyaya, who had to watch the water climb the steps of human houses. In such a world, to fall asleep under the open air was to lie in the middle of a great complex machine of meaning. You were a small point between earth and sky, between soil and stars, with gods above you and gods below. Every glitter, every calm silver wash of moonlight, every sudden absence of light carried a story older than your grandparents'. The Slavs named these lights because they knew that anything left unnamed feels colder. To call something Zoria is to admit that dawn is not just a time, but a presence. To call the moon Mieziats is to admit that his changing face has character. To call the sun Dashbog is to accept that the warmth that ripens grain comes from a being who can be praised or offended. It is in this layer of belief that the radiant gods of the sky take their place in the larger Slavic mythic frame, not as decoration, but as necessary pieces in the long game of balance that began when Rod first stood up in his little boat on the primordial sea. The sky knows its players now. The mountain knows who stands on its crown. The underworld knows who coils in its depths. Between these realms, a web of light stretches and tightens, held by the hands of bright maidens and stubborn gods. There is a moment in the Slavic year when winter holds the land so tightly that it seems no other season has ever existed, and yet somewhere far below the frozen rivers and the snow-packed fields, something stirs. The stories say that this stirring begins on the last night of the old year, a night the Slavs called the Great Night, when the year stands with one foot in death and one in rebirth. On that night, a child is born in the high halls of Perun, not in a soft bed, but on a stone floor washed by the light of distant lightning. This child is Gerillo, whose name carries the taste of spring in it, the promise of brightness and youth. He comes into the world while Morana, the frost goddess, still walks freely over the earth, covering rivers with ice and bending pines under the weight of snow. The two of them are children of the Storm Lord, in many tales, born as twin sparks on the very edge of the turning year, one bright with the energy of awakening, the other pale and cold with the power of sleep. It should have been a joyous birth for the house of Perun. The thunder god, stern as he is with others, is not immune to the strange softening that comes when he looks upon his own young. Jarilo in his arms is not yet the strider of fields or the laughing god of May. He is a small, squalling thing with a faint scent of new grass beneath the smell of godly smoke. Morana, his twin, is quieter. In the stories, she looks up at the rafters and beyond them, as if she can already see the long white stretches of winter that will one day be hers. Between them there is a thread that is not easily named, stronger than simple brother and sister, for they are more than children. They are forces waiting to take shape. If the story ended here, the year would be simple. Spring would follow winter in a tidy hand, off from one child of Perun to another. But of course, the story does not end here, because there is another presence watching from below, jealous of everything the sky god claims as his own. In the realm of Nav, the underworld, Veles has felt the birth of the twins as a vibration along the roots of the world tree and along the veins of ore under the mountains. He lies there among his hordes of cattle and treasure, in halls of dripping stone, and he thinks of balance. Perun has taken the heights. Perun calls the thunder his. Perun now has not only a herd of cloud cattle and a throne beneath the scarred oak, but children glowing with fresh power. Veles has his shadows, his rich soils, his deep waters, but he is not content. A god like Veles is never content with what he is given. He wants to reach into the places that others call theirs. He had once tried to overthrow Rod and been flung down for it, and the scar of that fall still throbs in his bones. Now he sees a different kind of opportunity. You cannot easily steal the throne from a god of storms. You can, however, steal his child. So, on that great night, while Perun sleeps for a few short hours with his war gear unbuckled, while even Svarog's forge glows low and quiet, and the sun rests truly in the underworld sea, Veles rises. He does not come up by the obvious paths. He pours himself into the shape of a mist and climbs through cracks in the stone, spreads himself through the veins of water that seep under the walls of Perun's hall, gathers himself again into the shape of a dark man with the eyes of a beast. There are guardians here, spirits who tend the fires, minor deities who watch the doors. They do not see him. Their watch is for foreign enemies, for open bolts from the underworld, not for an intruder who comes as a flaw in the mortar of the very world. He finds the cradle where the twins lie. The stories do not agree on whether Morana is there beside Jarilo, or whether she has already been taken away to be raised somewhere else, more fitting for a winter goddess. Some say Veles looks upon both infants and understands that he cannot take them both without bringing Perun's full wrath down on his head before he has even turned back toward Nav. Others say he has no interest in Morana at all, that the cold belongs naturally to the heights, and he cares more for what is green and growing. However he reasons, his hand closes on Jarilo alone. He lifts the child, and for a heartbeat the baby opens his eyes and looks into the face of the one who will be his foster father. There is no fear there. How could there be, when he has not yet learned what Perun and Veles even are? Then the underworld god wraps him in a cloak of shadow and vanishes, leaving the cradle empty, and the year changed in a way no one yet understands. Perun's anger when he discovers the loss is beyond thunder. The mountain trembles, trees shudder on distant plains, lightning falls inside his halls and scorches his own thresholds. Yet there is nothing to strike. Veles is already back in Nav, moving down and down through shafts of cold stone, carrying the stolen godling against his chest like a treasure. Perun could hurl bolt after bolt into the deep, but he knows from bitter experience that he cannot blast Veles completely out of existence. He can only scar him. He can only drive him deeper. The thunder god stands on his mountain and shakes the sky with his rage, vowing that if his son ever returns, it will be under his eye and no one else's. The echo of that vow will hang over every spring from then on. In the underworld, life for Jarilo is strangely gentle. Nav is not a place of endless torment in the way later faiths would paint their own underworlds. It is a place of dampness and richness, of evergreen meadows and slow dark rivers, of cattle that graze on moss and lichen under stone arches, of fields that never burn under a summer sun, because the sun never reaches that far. Here Veles is undisputed master. He teaches the child to walk along the banks of those underground streams, to listen to the lowing of spectral herds, to understand the language of roots. Jarilo grows tall on the milk of underworld cows, his hair pale as shoots that have never seen open daylight. He learns to move silently, to navigate the half-twilight of a world lit by phosphorescent fungi and the strange glimmer of minerals. He is a son of Perun by blood, but his heart is shaped by Veles, earth and water. Time in Nav does not pass as it does in Yav. Years can curl in on themselves like fern fronds. A day on the surface can feel like an hour below. Still, every realm answers eventually to the same wheel. Above, in Yav, winters come and go. The first snows fall on the forests that Mokosh has coaxed up from the bare bones of stone. Rivers freeze and thaw. In the villages that will one day spread in these lands, people will mark this cycle with rituals, but for now, only the spirits and the gods note it. Below, in the evergreen pastures of Nav, Veles decides that the boy he stole has ripened. There comes a spring when Jarilo is no longer just a fosterling trailing after spectral cattle. He has become a lithe youth with strong hands and the restless eyes of someone who knows that somewhere above this ceiling of rock another world exists. He has heard the rumble of Perun's storms like distant drums. He has seen in his dreams a sky that is not made of stone. Desire rises in him, not yet shaped fully into words, but as sharp and undeniable as the first thaw. The myths say that on the day of the spring equinox, the boundaries between the realms thin, night and day balance, for a moment, like a scale before it tips toward light. In Slavic tradition, this is the time of Jarilo's return. Veles leads him to a place in Nav where a river of that shadowy realm pours up instead of down, bubbling toward a crack in the roof. He tells the youth that his path lies there. It is hard to tell in these stories whether Veles is reluctant to let him go or eager to see what mischief he will cause in the territory of Perun. The underworld god is not simple enough to feel only one thing. Perhaps he feels the odd ache a foster father feels when a child leaves, and at the same time the sly pleasure of sending a piece of his own realm into the lands above as a kind of living embassy. Jarilo steps into the rising water. For a moment, he is carried as if in a narrow green cradle, surrounded by bubbles that smell of wet earth and moss. Then he bursts upward. Snow is still lying in patches on the surface of the world, clinging in shady hollows and along the edges of fields that are not yet ploughed. The air is sharp and bright. The sun hangs higher than it did a month before, and the light has a new quality, not the cold glitter of winter, but a growing warmth. He stands there, dripping on the banks of a real river, blinking at the openness of the sky. This is his first spring in Yav, though his spirit remembers that the wheel has turned many times without him. Everywhere he walks, the snow begins to give way. Beneath his bare feet, the ground softens. In his footsteps the first flowers push their heads up, not neat tame blossoms in garden rows, but wild things, snowdrops and crocuses, shy and fierce at once. His laughter is like the sound of ice breaking on river stones. He moves along the edges of forests, and the trees feel him pass. Buds swell on their branches in places where his hand has brushed the bark. Birds begin to call in ways they have not called since the autumn. Jarilo is not doing this deliberately. He is not yet a cultivated deity who plans the growth of fields. He is a young god whose very presence tilts the world toward life. Morana feels it. She has been ruling the surface in his absence, walking over lakes that freeze solid at her touch, laying her thin white hands on roofs so that frost grows in delicate patterns on the planks. She has been the undisputed queen of the long night, moving through forests where every twig is rimed with ice, listening to the creak of frozen trunks. In those months she is not a jealous lover or a tragic widow. She is simply herself, the necessary stillness that lets the earth rest. But now, as Jarilo strides out of Nav, something in her bones flares, a painful spark of recognition. The stories say that she does not yet remember him as the brother stolen from their shared cradle. She senses only a presence that is both foreign and familiar, like the scent of smoke on an old garment. She finds him in a clearing by a half-frozen stream, standing ankle-deep in meltwater and laughing as it swirls around him. Her appearance in this scene varies from tale to tale. In some, she is still in her winter form, tall and thin, wrapped in a cloak of hoarfrost, hair black as a raven on snow, eyes pale as ice. In others, she has already begun to change, her cheeks flushed with the first touch of warmth, her cloak loosened, the edges of her frost melting into beads of water. However she looks, Jarilo is struck. He has grown up among shades and stone. Here is a figure of sharp, clear beauty, the kind that can cut as well as delight. He bows, perhaps mockingly, perhaps in genuine awe. She regards him with cold curiosity. This is their first meeting in the world of Yav, and the entire future of the seasons hangs quietly on its tone. From that moment, spring is no longer just a matter of temperature. It becomes a courtship. Jarilo follows Morana across the land as she retreats step by step before the growing warmth. Where she lingers, frost holds. Where he comes close behind her, the frost cracks and drips away. They speak. The content of their conversation has been lost to time, but the results are written in ritual. Villages in Slavic lands would later celebrate this unfolding romance with processions. Young men carrying green branches and wearing wreaths of fresh leaves would walk through the streets as embodiments of Jarilo, stopping at houses to receive small gifts and to bless the year. Girls would tie ribbons on birch trees and sing songs that called the young god of spring to their fields and to their hearts, weaving tales of love that are half human and half divine. At the same time, they would also build the figure of Morana. She was not always honored as a bride. In many regions, she was made as a straw effigy, dressed in old woman's clothing, with a scarf over her head, and perhaps a necklace of broken pots around her neck. Children and adults together would carry this image of the winter goddess through the village, singing songs that mocked the cold and begged heat to return. In some places, they would then burn the effigy on a high hill so that everyone could see, letting the sparks rise into the spring dusk. In others, they would throw her into a river, watching as the current tore her apart and carried the pieces away. They did this not because they scorned Morana, but because they understood that she had to die again and again so that she could be reborn. The drowning of Marzana, as it later came to be called, is just one echo of the deeper myth in which Morana kills and is killed in turn. For in the mythic cycle, the romance between Jarilo and Morana does not end at flirtation. As spring strengthens and turns into early summer, they grow closer. Morana thaws. She becomes a maiden in truth, no longer the gaunt figure of frost, but a strong young woman with hair like dark water and skin warmed by the sun. Jarilo matures from a laughing youth into a god who can shoulder responsibility. He learns from Mokosh the ways of seed and soil, how to walk the fields without crushing the tender shoots. He learns from Svarog how to respect the tools that men will one day use to cut and bind grain. He stands taller. The buds he wakes become full leaves and blossoms. The world is green and singing. In this swelling fullness, the gods arrange their wedding. It takes place on the night the Slavs would later call Kupala Night, a midsummer festival of fire and water. On that evening, bonfires are lit on riverbanks and on hilltops. People leap over the flames to purify themselves and to test their courage. Young women float wreaths of flowers with candles on the rivers, watching to see how far they drift and where they snag, reading omens for their future husbands. Lovers slip away into the dark woods to search for the mythical fern flower, a blossom that blooms only at midnight and only for those whose hearts are true, and which promises great fortune to whoever finds it. All of these customs are thin, mortal copies of the greater marriage of Jarilo and Morana, which takes place under a sky thick with stars and with the approval of almost every power in Prav and Yav. Perrin attends this wedding with a mixture of pride and unease. He has his son back in his world now, walking openly under his sky, and that is cause for joy. Yet the boy has been raised in the underworld. Vele's influence clings to him like the scent of dark earth. To see him take Morana as his bride, Morana, who is also Perun's daughter in many tales, is to see a joining not only of siblings, but of rival realms. Jarilo is the green hand of Nav reaching into the house of Perun. Morana is the cold breath of the heights that will one day move over the underworld. Rod perhaps sees farther than all of them. He understands that without such crossings, the world would become stale. The wheel requires friction. So the ceremony goes on. The songs at that divine wedding must have been grand. The sun god is high and lingering on the longest day of the year, bathing the gathering in light. The Zoria sisters watch from their gates. Strybog sends only soft winds that stir the garlands and the smoke from the offering fires, without tearing anything down. Mokosh stands beside Morana, touching her hair and her wrists, marking her as a woman now tied to the soil and to the fates of harvests. Veles watches from some shadowed distance, perhaps from the shade of a stand of trees, perhaps from the bank of a nearby river, in the shape of a stranger whose eyes glow faintly with reflected lightning. He does not interrupt. He does not need to. His claim on Jarilo is already woven into the boy god's bones. For a time after the marriage, the world seems perfectly balanced. The fields are thick with grain, fruit swells on branches, rivers run clear and strong. The people who will later give thanks in their small wooden churches and shrines to Christian saints are at this point still turning to their wooden idols and to the open sky, and they feel the presence of Jarilo in every green thing. They bless their fields with water that has been through fire. They dance in circles late into the night. They believe, with a particular intensity of people whose food depends on it, that the union of these gods means plenty for them. They are not wrong. While Jarilo and Morana love each other, the season is generous. But no youthful marriage stays in its first sweetness forever, not even one between gods. As the sun begins, almost imperceptibly, to sink earlier each day, as summer deepens, and the first faint yellow shows on the grasses at the field edges, cracks appear. Jarilo is, at his root, a god of restless growth. He is tied to the young phase of things. He has been raised by a trickster and taught that rules are a kind of pattern to be bent. Morana, for all her thaw and her new warmth, still carries winter in her soul. She understands endings and boundaries. In many versions of the myth, Jarilo betrays her. He is unfaithful. He goes to another woman, sometimes a human, sometimes another goddess of fertility. Perhaps he does not even think of it as betrayal. To a god of vegetation, life is always overflowing into the next furrow. Morana does not see it that way. She has given up the unchallenged solitude of winter for him. She has let her hard edges soften, has let her snowfields turn into meadows. When she learns of his infidelity, the old cold rises in her with a force made sharper by betrayal. Here the myth shifts from the tone of love song to the tone of tragedy. Harvest is approaching. The grain that Jarilo has nurtured stands tall and heavy, heads bowed with ripe seeds. It must be cut. The people will starve if it is not. On the divine plane, that means the god of the grain must die. Some say it is Perun who kills him, fulfilling his vow that no child of his can serve two masters. Some say it is the brothers of Morana, other thunderous deities, who strike him down in jealous rage, treating his adultery as an insult to their house. The more ancient and sharper versions say that it is Morana herself. She confronts Jarilo among the tall stalks, the scythes of the harvesters ringing around them like a deadly choir, and she strikes him as the last sheaves fall. His blood sinks into the earth. The stalks around him are trampled and broken. The god of spring lies cut down at the very moment of greatest abundance. This is not simply murder. It is sacrifice and transformation. In agricultural societies across the old world, there is an echo of this same pattern. The idea of a corn king or a spirit of the grain who must be slain so that the seed buried in the earth will quicken and rise again next year. In the Slavic version, Jarilo's body is not simply left in the field. Morana dismembers him. She scatters his limbs. In some tales, she uses his bones and flesh to build a new dwelling, a house of winter that will rise as the fields empty. In others, she plants the pieces in furrows, each fragment a seed that will push up as new green next spring. It is a grim image, but for people whose lives depend on the cycle of sowing and reaping it, makes a harsh kind of sense. Life eats life. Gods are not exempt. With Jarilo dead, Morana changes once more. The warmth she had taken on in their courtship and marriage drains away. She withdraws from the villages and the fields, going back to the deep forests and the bare hilltops. Her figure thins, her eyes grow distant. She becomes again the tall, pale goddess of frost, wrapped in rime, walking with quiet steps that leave no footprints on the first autumn snows. The world follows her. Leaves turn red and yellow and fall, leaving the trees bare. The wind grows sharper, the nights lengthen. Farmers bring in the last of their harvest and close up their barns. In their rituals, they echo her transformation. The same community that once dressed her effigy as a bride now burns or drowns her image to make way for the winter sovereign she has become, a figure to be feared and respected rather than courted. Winter under Morana's full rule is never an accident. It is her deliberate presence. She moves through sleeping villages, frost tracing patterns on window panes like her own white fingers. She glides over frozen rivers, listening to the deep creak of ice. She watches as the cattle breathe steam in their stables and as the people huddle around hearths, telling the stories that keep them tethered to the sense that seasons are not random, but the visible expression of divine moods. Under her reign, Jarilo is in Nav again, reduced to a memory, a potential. His spirit curls like a seed in the dark soil, waiting for the right night. Eventually, even winter must loosen its grip. The wheel turns back to the great night. Fires burn out. Old years die. In some tales, Morana cannot survive this transition in her full winter form. She grows too brittle. She cracks. She falls apart and is carried in pieces by rivers. Or she burns to ash in the hearths where people have warmed their hands. In others, she simply walks out into the white landscape and dissolves into the snow, leaving only her name hanging in the cold air. The point is the same. The goddess of winter dies or vanishes, just as Jarilo is born or reborn. The cycle resets. Perun's house once again has 2 infants. Veles once again feels the pulse of new life in the roots of the world and extends a shadowy hand. The story begins anew, with as many slight variations as there are years. For the Slavic peoples who lived inside this myth without necessarily naming it, Jarilo and Morana were not distant allegories. They were the explanation for the most basic and terrifying fact of their existence, that everything they relied on changed. The snow that seemed endless did melt. The green that seemed eternal did brown and die. Their entire economy, their whole world of effort, rested on the trust that after every winter there would be spring. To tell that story as a romance and a murder, as a wedding and a betrayal, is to give it emotional weight. It makes the cold mean something more than absence of warmth. It makes the harvest mean something more than piles of grain. It also gives them a way to participate. When they drown the straw Morana in the river, when they sing wild songs and jump over midsummer fires, they are not just having fun. They are assisting in the death and rebirth of gods. This is why in some regions the figure carried out of the village in spring is called not only Marzana but also Death. Children chant at her, calling her out, telling her to go away, promising that a new life will come in her place. Then they set her on fire or throw her into the water and watch her vanish. Immediately after that ritual, they often carry back into the village a green branch or a small evergreen tree decorated with ribbons and eggshells, a living symbol of Jarilo returning. The two motions, out and in, death and rebirth, mirror the motions of the gods themselves between Yav and Nav, between the house of Perun and the halls of Veles. In such ways, myth, ritual, and the stubborn practicality of farming life intertwine until they are indistinguishable. So the wheel of seasons in Slavic mythology is not a bland circle. It is a story of abduction, fosterage, courtship, marriage, adultery, murder, grief, and inevitable renewal. It is the story of a young god who belongs to both sky and underworld, and who must die regularly so that the world can eat, and of a goddess who must harden and soften her heart over and over, loving and killing the same figure across countless years. It is, in other words, deeply human in its emotional range, even as it moves on the scale of gods. If you were to walk far enough into the Slavic world, past the places where Perun strikes his oaks and Veles curls under hills, beyond the clearings where people plant and reap, you would come at last to a house that is not a house, standing beneath a tree that is not just a tree. This is how the old storytellers like to imagine it, because a place is easier to hold in the mind than an abstract idea. The tree is the world tree itself, its roots sunk into Nav, its crown brushing Prav, its trunk solid in Yav, where men and women live. Tucked against that trunk is a low cottage with smoke curling from its chimney, built of logs that never rot and roofed with turf that is always green. It looks, at first glance, like the home of a peasant widow who minds a small flock and keeps her loom by the window. It is not. It is the house of Mokosh. Inside, the air is warm and smells of wool and wet earth and bread. The floor is hard-packed clay, smooth from centuries of bare feet. Bundles of flax hang from the rafters. By the stove sits a great basket overflowing with skeins of yarn, some white as unfallen snow, some dark as river mud, some bright with colours that do not quite exist in the mortal world. At the centre of the room stands a woman, broad-shouldered and solid as the trunk of an oak, her dark hair braided and pinned up in a practical knot. Her hands are big and capable. There is nothing delicate about her, but there is a depth in her eyes that makes even gods speak to her with a certain care. This is Mokosh, whom the Slavs called Moist Mother Earth, patron of spinning and weaving, of woman's work and fortunes, and of the quiet, merciless arithmetic of fate. When the world was still young and Rod had only just called the first gods into being, Mokosh had risen out of damp soil with mud on her skirts and moss between her toes. She had walked the length of Yav, and wherever she rested her hand, the ground grew rich. Later, when people came, they turned to her in small daily things that mattered more than the grand quarrels of thunder and underworld. Women watched her as they turned flax into thread, as they kneaded dough and strained milk, as they bore children and laid out the dead. She watched them back. If Perun was the visible law that crashed down from above, Mokosh was the quiet law beneath the fingers, the sense that what has begun must be finished, and that every action is part of a pattern whether one sees it or not. On the far side of a cottage stands a large loom. It is an old thing, made of wood that might have once been part of the world tree itself. Warp threads hang from its upper beam in countless ranks, some taut and gleaming, some frayed and thin. They are not fibers of plant or animal. They are lines of time, stretched from birth to death for every creature that walks the earth. Mokosh does not weave alone. Seated around her at their own spinning stools are the Rozhanitsi, the mysterious birth goddesses whose work is to spin and measure and cut. There are usually 3 in the stories, because 3 is a number that satisfies the human need for beginning, middle, and end. 1 is young and bright-eyed, fingers nimble as she teases raw fibre from a basket and twists it onto her spindle. 1 is mature, calm and intent, guiding the spun thread onto the loom in careful passes. The last is older, hair grey and tightly bound, scissors gleaming at her belt. She rarely speaks, but when she does, the thread in her hand stops. The Slavic word for them comes from a root that means to give birth or to bring forth. The villagers imagined that whenever a child came wailing into the light, these unseen women would gather in the corner of the cottage, invisible to human eyes but quite real, and discuss the new arrival with Mokosh and with Rod, who as first ancestor and god of order sits in judgment even if he is not always pictured. They would decide how long the thread of this life should be, how many twists and knots should be in it, where it should cross others on the great cloth. Would this child be strong or frail, lucky in love, or doomed to lose those he cared for, blessed with a full granary, or haunted by hunger? The Rozhanitsi would spin and whisper and eventually nod. Once the first length of thread was fixed, even the gods hesitated to change it. People knew this in their bones, even if they never saw the cottage by the world tree. That is why they tried to win favour from these weavers. Long after the official worship of Rod and the old gods had faded under other names, villagers still set out offerings for the Rozhanitsi on quiet nights. A bowl of porridge on the table, a piece of bread and cheese, a cup of beer or mead. In some places, there was a special day each year when the housewife would sweep the floor clean, lay a white cloth on the bench, and invite the fate goddesses to feast while the family slept. Mothers would murmur little prayers when a baby first smiled, or when a child took his first step, not only thanking God in the new faith, but also, deep down, nodding to those 3 who had already measured his path. Mokosh presides over all this with a mixture of compassion and implacability. She is the only female deity among the highest Slavic gods that we know by name, which tells you something about how important her domain was. While men carved idols of Perun on hilltops and swore oaths by Veles at river stones, women whispered Mokosh's name over their spindles. She was linked with moisture, not only in the sense of literal water in soil, but in the sense of the dampness of life, blood and milk, of the fluids that attend birth and love and death. It is no surprise that in folk belief, she is often tied to wells and springs and to Fridays, the day when women traditionally did not spin so as not to offend her. If someone disrespected that rhythm, if they spun or wove at the wrong time, tales say their thread would tangle, their cloth would tear, their fortunes would sour. In the mythic cottage, the Rozhanitsi spin not only for humans, but for gods as well. Perun's thread is thick and bright, with knots where Veles has pulled at it. Veles' thread is dark and sinuous, running through caverns of the cloth, looping around the roots of the world tree. Dashbog's thread glitters with tiny sparks. Strybog's curls and whips like a gust of wind. Hurillos is cut and tied and cut again, a series of shorter lengths knotted, end to end, as he dies and is reborn each year. Morana's thread is cold to the touch, stiff where it passes through the winter sections of the tapestry, and strangely soft where it doubles back on itself at every great night. Mokosh watches each of these with the same level grey gaze she turns on the threads of shepherds and weavers and kings. In the presence of fate, the difference between a god and a ploughman is not so great as the proud would like to believe. If you could see the cloth that grows on her loom, you would see the entire story of the Slavic cosmos woven into it. Perun and Veles clashing in patterns of white and black across the seasons. The radiant paths of sun and moon done in gold and silver. The wheel of Jarilo and Morana circling in an endless spiral. Whole villages, each human life, a tiny coloured knot, forming patterns of migration and war and alliance that only make sense when you step far back. Mokosh and the Rozhanitsi do not step back. They are inside the work, the way a heart is inside a body. They feel the tension in every thread they pull. It is tempting to imagine that someone might come to this house and argue, a hero who feels his fate is unjust. A grieving mother who demands her child's thread be tied back in. A proud god who wants his enemy's thread shortened. In the old tales, there are hints of such attempts. Men travel to remote crossroads at midnight to bargain, leaving offerings at stones and trees. Witches speak with house spirits and forest lords, hoping to steer luck. Yet when it comes to Mokosh and the Rozhanitsi themselves, direct confrontation is rare. They are too old and too deep in the structure of things. You can try to appease them, to sweeten their mood with gifts and respect. You cannot easily make them undo what they have already woven without unraveling much more than you intended. In this way, the Slavs explain to themselves a fact that every people has to face, that even in a world crowded with gods and spirits, not everything can be bargained away. Perun might be pleased by a sacrifice and send rain instead of hail. Veles might be charmed into blessing your cows instead of laming them. The domovoi of the house might be soothed with a crust of bread and leave your pots unbroken. But behind all these small negotiations runs the larger strand of how your life is meant to go, spun by unseen hands long before you knew what to ask for. That strand is Mokosh's business. She is not cruel in the way some foreign fates are painted. She is no blind spinner who delights in cutting threads at random. She is more like a tired but thorough village woman who knows that someone has to keep track of who is born and who dies, who has eaten and who has gone hungry, who has worked and who has been idle. The Rozhanitsi chatter and laugh and sometimes sigh as they spin, but they are not sadists, they are craftsmen. Their pleasure is in seeing the pattern hold together. When a child in a Slavic village once asked his grandmother why some people seemed blessed from birth while others struggled all their days, the old woman might shrug and say that it was written that way. Written where? The child could ask. Not in a book. In the cloth on Mokosh's loom? The answer is both comforting and unsettling. It says that your life is part of something bigger and carefully made, and that also you cannot simply choose anything at all. You move along the threads you have been given, but you can still choose the way you carry their weight. In the great balance of the Slavic mythic world, Mokosh and the Rozhanitsy are as important as thunder and winter and sun. Without them, the story would be a chaos of gods and forces crashing against each other with no sense of timing. They are the quiet metronome behind everything. While storms rage and seasons turn above, in the cottage beneath the world tree the spinning wheels turn, and the loom creaks softly, and the hands of the fate weavers never quite stop. There comes a time in every old story when the world it describes begins to look over its shoulder. The Slavic lands had grown crowded with meaning. Forests murmured with leshy, those tall, shaggy lords who could turn themselves into trees to confuse a traveller. Rivers ran thick with rusalki, the pale, drowned maidens who lured the unwary with soft songs. Fields had their own spirits, the polviks who watched over grain, and sometimes led a drunk farmer wandering in circles until dawn. In every house, a domovoi crouched behind the stove, small and dark and furry, grumbling when the floor went unswept, or the animals were not fed in the right order. Above all this the great gods moved, Perun shaking the sky, Veles growling from below, Dashbog pouring light, Mokosh watching over the threads of destiny. It might have gone on forever like this, a world where every tree and hill and storm had its patron. But the world beyond the Slavic forests was changing, and change travels along trade routes and rivers more surely than any army. From the south and the west came stories of a different kind of god. Not one among many, not a thunderer with rivals, not a spirit of a particular oak or river, but a single lord who claimed the whole sky and everything under it. He came not in the form of a carved log or a polished stone idol, but in books full of writing that looked like crawling black ants. He had his own set of stories, stories of deserts and seas far away, of prophets and a crucified Saviour, of a garden lost at the beginning of time and a city of gold at the end. He rode north in the mouths of Greek priests who sailed up the rivers from the Black Sea, in the minds of merchants who had seen churches shining with icons in Constantinople, and in the ambitions of princes who understood that a faith with one God could be a tool as much as a comfort. The moment that stands in most chronicles like a spear in the ground is the baptism of the Rus, when Prince Vladimir in the city of Kiev ordered his people into the waters of the Dnieper and turned his face toward the new faith. In the annals, this looks straightforward, a matter of treaty and political choice. In the mythic reflection that lives alongside those parchments, it feels very different. The storytellers say that before Vladimir led his people into the river, he led Perun there first. On a hill overlooking the city stood a tall wooden idol of the thunder god, its face painted, its beard carved in deep strokes, its eyes set with bright stones. Altars, stained with the blood of sacrificed animals, stood before it. The prince had once sworn by this image. Now, under the eyes of newly arrived priests, he ordered it pulled down. The idol crashed to the earth, and armed men dragged it by ropes through the streets while onlookers jeered and crossed themselves or watched in silence or turned their faces away. When they reached the Dnieper, they heaved Perun's image into the current. The logs rolled, bobbed, caught for a moment on a sandbank, then were pulled free and carried away. A cry went up from some on the shore, not all of it insult. Some voices sounded like a farewell. The river took the old Thunder Lord and bore him down toward the sea, past sandbars and willowed banks, past fishing villages where people still muttered his name under their breath in storms. It is easy, reading this as history, to say that this was the end of Perun. In the mythic sense, it was only the beginning of his retreat. For gods do not die when their idols fall, they change shape. Perun did not vanish from the Slavic sky. The people still heard thunder. They still saw lightning split oaks. They still needed someone to address their fear, to when the fields shook under summer storms. The new faith had a figure very suitable for this. Elijah, the fiery prophet, rode a chariot into heaven in the old book, pulled by horses of flame. He belonged to the new God, but he carried in his story the taste of the old Thunder Lord. In time, the peasants of the Slavic lands looked up when storms rolled in and said, not Perun, but Elijah. They imagined him driving his chariot across the clouds, hurling fire at devils and dragons. The name had changed. The shape of the fear and awe had not. Veles also found new masks. As a god of cattle, wealth, and the underworld, he had always lurked near the edges of respectability. The new religion had no place for horned lords of hidden treasure except as enemies. Yet people still needed patrons for their herds and their coins, for their dangerous journeys across rivers and seas. In some regions, the kindly Saint Nicholas took on these duties. He became the protector of travellers and the guardian of wealth, the one to whom sailors prayed in storms, much as their grandfathers might once have muttered a plea to Veles on a riverbank. In other places, the shepherd St. Blasius, known as Vlach in the older tongue, took on the lordship of flocks. Old habits sank under new names. A peasant might stand before an icon of Nicholas, with its painted gold halo and picture, in the back of his mind, not just a bishop from distant Myra, but also a shadow of a horned god lounging among roots and cattle in the dark. Mokosh, the moist earth mother, who watched over spinning and woman's fate, did not vanish either. She slipped quietly into the blue cloak of the Mother of God, and into the figure of Saint Paraskeva, the woman whose day was Friday, and to whom spinning and washing were linked. The Church might say that women should honour Mary and Paraskeva for their virtue and piety. The village women who lit candles before their icons sometimes saw something more in their faces, a memory of a broad-shouldered goddess whose hands smelled of wet soil and wool. On Fridays, many of them still refused to spin, not only out of church teaching, but out of the old dread that Mokosh would tangle their threads and twist their fortunes if they worked on her day. Other gods and spirits found similar half-remembered refuges. Jarilo and his bright spring rites melted into the feasts of St. George and St. John, when people drove livestock to pasture for the first time and lit fires on hills. Morana's effigy, burned or drowned at the end of winter, survived long after anyone in the village could have named her properly, under the cover of carnival customs and Lenten games. The Zoroaster maidens were less easily baptized, but their watchful functions slipped into the idea of guardian angels who stand at the head of a bed and the foot of a bed, or into the way people greeted the first evening star with a small automatic wish. The Rozhenicy, those quiet spinners of fate, shrank into the more respectable form of saints who attend births, and into the stubborn belief that no child is born without some invisible woman bending over its cradle. For a few centuries, the Slavic world lived in a state the scholars later called double faith. The village church stood on a hill with its graveyard and its bells and its painted saints. The priest chanted in Old Church Slavonic about the one God and his son and his mother. The people listened, crossed themselves, took the sacraments, and meant it. At the same time, when they walked home through the dark, they left a bit of bread on the stove for the domovoi, or made the sign of the cross in a way that also marked the old solar circle on their chest. They told their children to beware of the leshy in the forest and the vodianoi in the mill pond, to stay away from the riverbank at noon, when the Ruzalki combed their green hair and might drag a careless boy down. They lit candles at Easter, but they also hung dyed eggs on birch branches in spring, a gesture that carried with it Jaralos, old promise. Even Baba Yaga, that most famous of Slavic witches, can be seen as a fragment of the pre-Christian world that refused to disappear. She lives in a hut that walks on chicken legs, turning its door toward or away from those who seek her. She flies in a mortar, sweeping the air behind her with a broom, and she eats foolish travelers and disobedient children. Yet she also gives advice to heroes, provides magical items, and sets impossible tasks with the clear expectation that they can be fulfilled. Many scholars see in her the last warped echo of an old forest mother or death goddess, a being who stood at the threshold between life and death and decided who could pass. As the bright official gods of the pantheon were pushed away by the new faith, this ambiguous figure remained in tales told by the stove, a reminder that the wild has its own laws which no church bell can quite erase. The spirits of place endured because they were intimately tied to specific barns, fields, and trees. A man who built a new house would invite the domovoi to come with him from the old one, tapping 3 times on the stove and whispering that there would be warm ashes and crumbs to share in the new hearth. A miller on a river would toss a bit of bread or a coin into the mill race for the vodianoi, hoping the water spirit would not drown him. In these gestures lived the old belief that the world was crowded with eyes and hands and hungers beyond the human. The new religion taught that there were angels and demons, but the peasants tended to fit those categories around entities they already knew. A leshy might be called a devil in a sermon, but the hunter in the woods still left him offerings in the old way. If you return now to the cottage beneath the world tree where Mokosh and the Rozhanetsi sit, you would see little outward change. The loom still groans under the burden of threads, now bearing the colours of princes who wear crosses and of monks who paint icons, as well as of warriors who once swore by Perun. In some sense, the shift from many gods to one is just another pattern in the cloth. The same storms roll over the fields, the same snow lies deep in winter, the same rivers flood in spring. The names that people shout when the lightning strikes their barn are different, but the raw emotion behind them is not. The gods of the old faith have stepped back from the hilltops into stories and customs and the deep soil of language, but they are not gone in the way a burnt log is gone. They are like embers under ash, ready to glow again whenever someone speaks their names with belief or even with simple curiosity. That is why, even now, if you dig into the folk tales and songs of the Slavic lands, you find the old ones peering back at you. A saint rides across the sky in a chariot of fire, and you hear a faint echo of Perun's hooves. A kindly bishop saves a drowning sailor, and there is Veles, rolling in laughter beneath the waves. A grandmother tells her grandchild not to whistle in the house, or the domovoi will be angered, and in that small superstition lives a whole cosmology of spirits sharing space with humans. Myth does not die when a new myth arrives. It moves house. It leaves the temple and takes up residence in the kitchen, the barn, the nursery, the hidden places where stories are told softly at night.